timeless classic, like authentic music, I play the Fix from Scarface still. I play Miseducation for my daughter. I introduce her to classic music, so I don't feel like, I don't try to make I don't try to consider, it's going real fast right now, everybody's dropping. I try not to think in that term. I'm thinking like, you know, make some great music and people will appreciate it and be able to live with it, you know?
So when the nominations came out, you were in the gym at 5 in the morning, something like that?
How'd you know that?
It was an interview.
Oh, I said that, yeah, I was
Getting
working
your Snoop
out.
Dogg on? We trying to get buff up here?
We had just been working out for like a week. We had started a new program. And so we were just in there. I didn't know that it was gonna be announced that early, but it came out 8:30 New York time, which was 5:30 LA time. And my engineer jumped up, G, and just was like, you know, celebrating. He don't normally say too much. He's more like just get the work done, but you know what I mean? He like, yeah, it's official. So I checked my Twitter, I seen the feed, I'm like, damn, that's big.
Yeah. The other thing I saw you say is it's rewarding for you to be recognized because people feel like this is a really strong year in hip hop. Like there were a lot of big releases.
That's another thing. This was, everybody put music out. Everybody put albums out this year. And, you know, everybody put out great rap music this year. It was a ton of classics. It was like legendary artists drop music, new artists drop classics, which is great music that got them, you know, looked at. And then the artists in my class that been around, I feel like solidified themselves again and just like kind of prove why they still here. Yeah. You know what I mean? But yeah, it was a busy year.
Right. I feel like the ones that most did the marketing though, like that this is the rap album of the year was like you and Pusha T.
Right.
Like you both was on that program. Like
no, J-Rock too.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I feel like Redemption was a classic too. I feel like, you know,
Shout out to J-Rock.
You know, and I don't like to tell people what they should do as far as like, oh, y'all should have put that in, but I feel like that was a great rap album this year too.
I was gonna ask you that because the interesting thing is that, you know, B-Dot, like some of the nomination categories, they increase it to 8 nominations.
Yeah, I saw that.
But the rap album was still 5. Was going to be increased also.
Yeah, I was going to ask you who you would add because they did Cardi B, Invasion of Privacy, Mac Miller, Swimming, You, Pusha, Daytona, and Travis Scott, Astroworld. So that's no J-Rock, that's no The Carters, that's no, like, you know what I mean? There's a lot of other ones that could have been in that consideration.
Yeah, that's, I would add J-Rock.
Yep.
I would probably, what else came out? Rap.
We had Royce the 5'9", KOD, Kendrick.
I would add KOD.
Oh yeah, Cole. Yeah, Cole.
You know what I'm saying? The album, I
Very
think
stood out.
When you think about an album, like best rap
body
album,
of work,
you gotta consider that, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Just it was like conceptual.
Whether that's your type of hip hop or not,
you gotta consider that.
Musically, stuff's put together.
Yeah, I would say them. It was a gang of great rap music.
Because you was criticizing the state of the game on some stuff like the weirdo rap y'all used to, but it seems like even with ushering your music, it's like it just seems like. It was celebrated now in a climate that seems like it's in a better space, like hip hop is.
Yeah, I think this year was like, and I don't even want to be like an old school fundamental, you know what I mean? But just like rap, like people I think revisited like the core of what we love about rap. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
In my opinion.
So is Nip Hussle an influence in that? Because like B-Dot said, you set that template at the top of the year. Sometimes things that happen at the top of the year influence the cycle.
I might be.
You'll take that?
I mean, I could look at it and say that, but who knows how long you've been working on projects? You know, it take more than a couple months to put together an album. So I feel like maybe, I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't know what people was thinking, but that's something to look at, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
Like I said earlier, I didn't think you were going to get nominated because I didn't think the Grammys were going to, you know, get it right this year. But, you know, let's say you do win. You have an acceptance speech prepared and all that good stuff?
Nah, not yet. I don't have a speech yet. Nah, I will though. You know, I ain't going up there empty. I'm going to have something if I, you know.
Got the outfit planned out?
Not yet. I'm trying to finish my studio. I'm building a new studio.
Oh, for real?
That's been my main focus,
Okay.
Yeah, so we'll have it together by February.
No problems at the awards show this year too, Nip, because we saw what happened at the...
Knock that off. Yeah, stop that.
Let's call it victory slap.
Nah, don't do that.
How do you do the open hand slap with the flip flops on, man? The form is immaculate, man. How do you do that?
Y'all gotta stop, man. Y'all gotta stop.
You said victory rap was whack.
Nah, man. You know what I will say though, BT. You know they kept it all the way 100 with me. AEG did. You know the people that actually own the property. I had to speak to executives from both of them companies, and when I explained what happened, and my intentions of coming to the show and how I do business, they understood and they like, you know what, we gonna let you keep.
Yeah, because it was a big viral moment, but it seemed like it got handled professionally,
right,
like quickly behind the scenes.
For real, that ain't what I represent. That ain't, you know, people be impressed by that type of shit, but we trying to do business, and that's really a mistake. You know, I got a team in front of me for that. You know what I mean? But we men, and sometimes you go off your rocker a little bit.
Yeah, no, but it's crazy because it's like. Because the you know, the other side of it, right, is like we known you in the game for a minute, but it's like now you're like in the TMZ radar more. People look at everything you're doing more. Like if you at the Laker game and boys get into it, Rondo and Chris Paul, they're like, why they pulling his pants up? Like he got ready to go.
I thought it was gonna spill into where I was at. It was like close. You feel me? Oh, come on, man. I'm not jumping in no NBA fight. I know that.
Word up. Let's talk about a little bit of the music. Because last time we interviewed, the album wasn't even out.
Right.
So now I'm listening to like, you know, with fresh ears or whatnot. But I noticed on the intro, you had Wifey do some vocals.
You got that?
I caught that.
Did I tell you that?
Nah, I caught that.
How'd you? Oh no, you seen the credits. That's how you seen that. Yeah. That's her saying "Victory Lap." Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And then all through the album, in between songs, you hear a woman voice. That's on. Yeah.
Oh, so she's getting pub on the album too? Royalties?
Like some shit. What? How much is that worth? How much percent is that worth? You tell me, V-Dot, what she deserve.
She deserve everything.
I don't know. I don't know about everything.
Title, man.
Yeah.
You have a favorite song? Because it probably changes from day to day, right?
I like Victory Lap. That's one of my favorite records. On the album. Yeah.
What about
What's your favorite, Elliot?
You know what I did? I went through each song. I'm a nerd, and I was like, I wanted to ask you about a key line from each record.
All right,
you know what I'm saying?
What's your favorite?
I think it's "Make a Million While You're Young."
Right.
And I have a hot take about it. I feel like this album is very motivational. So whenever you get like a paycheck or you get some money or windfall, I listen to that record and think about how it's invested. I said on Twitter that I think the second verse is like a TED Talk for, you know, how to save money and stash and whatnot. And I really like that record. Who's doing that little interview part? Like, who is that?
It's it was actually from an interview with a real estate developer named Don Peoples. He was being interviewed. The guy speaking is the interviewer. So he was asking Don Peoples, tell me about your deal that made your first $1 million.
Yeah.
And I actually know Don Peoples through my business partner, Dave Gross. And when I sampled it, I didn't know him. And I just randomly through our real estate stuff we doing, you know, 6 degrees of separation, Dave was real close with him. We met.
Oh, wow.
And so that's how we got it cleared.
Wow.
Yeah.
But like Elliot said, there are lines that I like on the intro, the "fuck I wanna hear your CD4."
Yeah.
Like that just resonates with me. Like,
That's one of my favorite lines.
Yeah. You had somebody in mind when you said that one.
I mean, you know, that was one of the songs that I just went in the booth and I ain't really write to it, so that was just like a natural reaction.
And that was usually called Mean Streets, right? And you didn't even know it was gonna be the intro.
Yeah,
per se, right?
Exactly. That was one of when we did the sequencing. That was one of the last decisions I made was to put that record first. Because I had it was kind of hard for me to figure out what I was going to put first. I was going to put Right Hand of God first. Just because it sounded like an introduction, you know what I mean? But when I really thought about it, I'm like, this need to be, actually, Kabi told me that. We was listening to the songs, Kabi like, put that first, bro. He like, that's the intro. And I listened to it, I'm like, you right.
No, the first 5, like, Victory Lap, Rap Niggas, Last Time I Checked, it's just it's the highest bar. Like I think if any album, like even if you don't necessarily think if you want to debate if it's not the best album, I think you have to can't. It's hard to not argue that the first 5, the energy of like the way the album kicks off, it sets the standard.
Nah, thank you.
And that comes down to sequencing. So I know that must have been very painstaking to like.
It took a long time, but thing about albums or projects when you done, you know you done. Once you got, you know what I mean? I think I did like the last verse to Blue Laces and then the last verse to Last Time I Checked. And then those was the last verses I did and we was done. We had a ton of songs that was like concepts that could all be finished. But when I did those 2 last verses and finished those 2 last records, it was like we done. You know
Is there anything you would have done differently? Listen back on it.
Yep. I'm gonna do it on the second album. But I did learn as I went on tour and just, you know what I'm saying, went out into the world. I'm like, okay, I see what I got, I see what I don't have, I see what I need, you know what I mean? But as a project, as a concept, I think I executed on the concept.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And you always said that part of what makes it good is the stories and that they're basically rooted in truth.
Right.
You know, even on Young Nigga, you say no exaggeration for the content of my songs.
Yeah.
Like, and I think that you always say that one thing that resonates with classic material, whether it's from like Adele or Lauryn Hill or whoever, is the honesty in the music.
Right.
How did you continue to push yourself to execute it that way or give that level of like honesty and sincerity?
I really went back and listened to my mixtape catalog, and I was just like, what did I do over the course of these 10 projects that got people into this music I'm making?
The movement. Yeah.
Where what happened? What did I do? And I just listened, and I'm like, what songs can I still listen to from 08, from 09, 010, and I could still listen to a few, not all of them, but I remember it kind of gave me some insight on, you know what I mean, what I did right, and when I went into this project, I just was like, I want every line to be something that, you know, if we cut the music off, you know, it's solid. You know what I mean? It's not I want every song, every hook, every verse, every line, I just want it to be pure and just on the bullseye. And we had to do a lot of songs and take a lot of time, but what I thought was like, damn, if I'd have took 3 off of this mixtape, 2 off of this mixtape, 1 off of this one, 4 off of this one, I'd have had a timeless piece of work. And you know, that's what the fans are into you for, because they got all of them. And they probably made their playlists, you know what I mean? But if they'd have got it all on one project, that project would have been timeless.
So what are some of like those classic, in your mind, like for the hardcore Nip fans?
Hussle in the House.
Like if they wanted to make a
Hussle
playlist.
Yeah, Hussle in the House, right? The Hussle Way, off Volume 3, right? Rap music, off Volume 3. That's a record I feel like is a pure record.
Key to the City.
Key to the City.
I thought that was gonna be on the Victory Lap when I first saw the track list. He was like, nah.
No, this is new. Yeah, that's part 2. Yeah, a record like Keys to the City, Blue Laces.
Blue Laces. Fine.
So songs you did sequels to also kind of hold that.
That's
like,
why I did
Status
sequels.
Symbol
That's why I
and-
did sequels to them.
Yeah.
I got a record on the Marathon called Love. You know what I'm saying? I think like Ocean Views off Slauson Boy 2.
Classic.
You know what I'm saying?
I was Save the World, right?
Face the World.
Face
off
the World.
Crenshaw.
Sorry, Face the World.
Knife Wonder produced that.
Yeah.
You See Us.
Yeah.
Check Me Out.
Check me out.
You know what I'm saying? Slauson and Crenshaw, True Story. The outro on Crenshaw. I think them is times when I hit my bullseye.
Yeah.
Me as a fan,
Yeah.
you know, you make music for the time sometimes,
Yeah.
or you feel like, damn, I need to be stronger in this area. Let me do a feature. But then when the time is over and you just look back, it's certain songs that's just like you purely just being yourself, getting off on them records.
Yeah.
And so that's what I try to do on the Victory.
Also,
Lap.
it's interesting with the orchestration about using other voices, like whether it's a CeeLo or the Dream, all these different elements.
Right.
Like, what was that transition like for you? To, like, not even just rely so much just on yourself, but like Travis Scott, I think, does an amazing job of using other collaborators and
Right.
putting them in position. But you execute that in a similar way on this album, where they're showcased well, whether it's Buddy, whether it's Dream, whether it's CeeLo.
A lot of that was Steve-O. Steve-O was taking records that I didn't do hooks on, and he wouldn't tell me nothing. He'd send it back. You know what I mean? It'd have Dream on it, and Dream would be going crazy. And I'm like, all right, yeah, that's crazy. And then, you know what I mean? He reached out and he got the CeeLo record done also.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Buddy was just a young dude that we was in the same studio. He was working with Mike and Keys.
Yeah.
And so we met, and he's somebody that to be around him, like, you're gonna end up believing in him and loving him. You know what I'm saying? So I just seen him do his first couple mixtapes. I'm like, nah, this dude an artist.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He from Compton, and you know, he a young dude out the West. So I just became a fan, and we was always around each other. So that was a record that he did originally. I asked him to let me have that for my album. Yeah.
How did you get Puff involved? Like, you don't realize that.
Damn,
you
how
had the
me and Puff,
you
like,
had the
I think-
Sean Combs touch it the whole
I think
thing.
Bug introduced us originally, and then I think like last time I checked, video dropped, and Puff hit me like, man, you look like you doing yoga, nigga. What you got going on over there? You know what I'm saying? You look like you focused, nigga. You on some shit. You look like you focused. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I feel like you about to drop a classic on. I'm like, pull up on me. I'm like, yeah, I'm pulling up. I pulled up, played the records, and then, you know, we just had a convo about the music, and you know what I'm saying? He was just like, you know, I told him what I wanted as a producer. I mean, as an artist from a producer, and he like, let's do it. You know, I ain't worked on no rap in a while, and we just open the records up and start, you know what I'm saying, trying to make them better, take them to the next level. Really, I would say Puff's major impact is on rap niggas. He told me he played Natural Born Killers. He like, if it don't sound like this,
Ice Cube,
go back to the drawing board, bro. This record is way louder and it came out in the 90s. How? This shit way more aggressive. You got to get your shit on that level, the production. And we went back and beefed it up.
So you felt you had a concept, but you wasn't fully executing it.
Yeah, it ain't get all the way where we was trying to take it until we went back after that combo and was like, all right, boom. And then we kind of like juiced it up.
And then how'd you get him to talk on Young Niggas? I heard you had everybody make sure when he came in the booth, they applauded him when he came out the booth.
We was all smoking and drinking. We just was like, we was trying to get him to get in the booth. And I was trying to get him on Rap Niggas because I wanted him in the video like he was with Nas.
Heavy Now.
Yeah. But he like, nah, I like young niggas. So I'm like, all right, fuck it. He like, I'm going right now. All right, go in. And he started, you know what I'm saying? You know, an artist, bro, it's like, you don't want to, you really, let me say this, as a producer, you want to be able to make your artist comfortable to just unlock and go big and just go all the way in.
Comfortable.
Yeah, so when he's in artist mode, I'm in producer mode now. I'm like, you know, when he come out, you pump him up, let him know that shit fire, because I wanted him to like unlock and go all the way in. But he didn't need us 2 hours just trying to like keep the energy up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you had the remix coming soon? We talked about that a little bit.
We got the remix, yeah. Okay. I mean, I just teased it on Instagram a while ago, but I haven't mapped out how I'm gonna drop it yet. We was gonna put it out early, but then
This is for Young Nigga?
no, for Rap Niggas.
Rap Niggas.
He talking about the Rap Niggas remix. Yeah, so we had a little audible in the team. We was planning on doing something, so we pulled the record back. We still got it, and we gonna release it. We just ain't got the plan yet.
I was kind of surprised, even though you had this band a year, outside of Victory Lab, it feels like you were kind of quiet.
Right.
Like outside of, you would think, you know, when you dropped a great album, you would do features, you know, a lot of collaborations, but you weren't, you kind of scaled back. Was that strategic?
I just wanted the album to get the attention.
Okay.
I've been working, I've been doing a lot of business stuff too, but I really just wanted the album to get its full attention and really go deep into the album, shoot videos. We've been shooting videos all year, went on tour.
Right.
And then, you know, it's a lot of business stuff I'm doing behind the scenes too. But, you know, I really wanted the focus to be on the album this year. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
You mentioned videos. You said the Double Up video was based on a real experience.
Roughly, you know what I mean? Roughly, yeah. It was slightly autobiographical. Yeah.
That's like my second favorite song. Like, I know that song was special because I played it so many times.
Right.
And I realized, yo, this song is 6 minutes.
Right.
And I'm running it back multiple times.
Super long.
It's a great record.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
What's the other record you said? You said that's your second favorite?
Oh, the first one is Make a Million While You're Young, so Double Up is like number 2.
Why was Double Up a bonus track though? Seemed like that.
I just couldn't find a place for it in the sequence. You know what I mean? I think it's kind of slow, so I didn't want the tempo to drag too much throughout the project.
Yeah.
But you know, I had took it off the album at first.
Wow.
And then you know, one of the people at Atlantic like, bro, please, you tripping. Put that back on the record. So I'm like, all right, I liked it too, but since you said that, all right, I'll keep it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I couldn't fit into the sequence. I couldn't find where it fit in. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How has it been with Atlantic? I mean,
Jay seemed to like it too, though. Remember,
Oh, yeah,
he
Jay put it on his
Yeah, he
playlist.
put it on his playlist. That was love.
Yeah. With the whole Atlantic deal, like when we first got with you last year around this time, you had just got the deal. It was a big deal. Like, you know, what does it mean? Independent powerhouse, Nip Hussle,
Right.
Breaking Bread with Julie Greenwald, Mike Kaiser,
Right.
all these people. Like,
Right.
Now, when you look at it now, like, do you feel like is again, not to go back to words like validation and vindication, is like is part of all this the master plan that you have elevated, that you necessarily didn't have to go like super commercial with it, but you're being recognized on that bigger scale.
Right.
Is that signs that Atlantic is the right partner for you?
It was signs before that, you know, just how the whole album rollout went, just from the process of us signing to getting the album on the shelf or on the platforms. Just everything
The DSPs, them damn
all of that,
DSPs.
whatever it is now. Everything been solid across the board.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I had a convo with Julianne Kaiser just about that. Like, you know, shit been clean.
Yeah.
You know, I had an experience at a label that left me a little bit, you know what I mean, skeptical about just the relationship.
That you could do that.
Right,
Yeah.
but just first and foremost was the terms we went back in on. They met the terms, and then after that, just the experience with them. Everybody been men and women of their word. You know what I'm saying? It been smooth and fluid the whole way.
Yeah. Even so, even after you drop the album, you get all the acclaim, you're like 2 months, 3 months in. How does the relationship still feel strong to you that you feel like that this is where I need to be?
I mean, it's just like I know what my job is, and I know what their job is. If everybody do their job, we good.
Yeah.
Everybody gonna be good. And so I'm focused on my job. And to know that the people that's, the partners, they wake up every day, they focus on their job.
Yeah.
So we good. I don't got no other expectations.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do my job, you do yours, we gonna be solid. Clearly they doing theirs. You feel me? So we good.
Right.
How was that tour too? You took the tour with the live band.
Yeah, that was crazy.
What was that like?
That was dope. The album was really a lot of music. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was a lot of live music, so I wanted to perform them records with that band, so it was dope, man. We got Rollin' Loud coming up too. So we're gonna have a band out for Rollin' Loud in a couple of days. Yeah.
That's dope. I was thinking, you talked about earlier how, mentioned some of your old songs that you felt like you hit the target on.
Mm-hmm.
So I was, going back and I thought about this record from Volume 1, Bullets. That On Me.
I put that on me.
Yeah, put that on me.
Yeah.
And there's a story that you talk about, like how you and Fats, rest in peace.
Was in Vegas.
Y'all was in Vegas.
Yeah.
And can you explain that whole story?
Man, that's a real story.
So the cops took y'all car, y'all riding dirty, and the cops took your car, and you had to walk to.
Yeah, we was driving back to LA from Vegas. So it's a town in between LA and Vegas called Barstow. And it's basically the halfway point between Vegas and LA. It's 2 hours from LA, it's 2 hours from Vegas. So we was in Barstow, and little did we know Barstow's a racist town. I never stopped in Barstow unless we was like going to, it's like a little halfway point to Vegas. So you might use a bathroom, get some gas, and keep going. But we got pulled over. I'm smoking. No, matter of fact, Fat's smoking, but I'm driving. No, matter of fact, he driving because
His license revoked.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, so let me think, who's driving first? Yeah, I drove the first half, which was from Vegas to Barstow, and I didn't smoke because I'm like, if police bump us, I don't want to be high.
Yeah.
So boom, we get halfway, I tap Fats, you drive. I'm about to light this blunt, but you get behind the wheel. His license revoked. I got a license though. He like, all right, so he driving, he's speeding. Police bumpers. Man, we got hammers behind the AC. All they gotta do is shine the flashlight. They gonna see the guns. So I'm like, damn, fuck it. I don't think the police that interested. I think he just was speeding.
Right.
So boom, police bumpers. He like, get out the car. He searched the car, don't find nothing. License, Fast license revoked. I'm like, I got a license. He like, yeah, but you high. I smell the weed, because I'm telling him, the driver wasn't smoking, I was smoking.
Right.
He like, yeah, but you high, you can't drive. I'm like, bro, we in the desert. You know what I'm saying? You can't impound a car out here, bro. It's like coyotes and shit, bro, and mountains. You feel me? You can't take the car, bro. Where we gonna go?
Right.
He like, bro, I'm taking the car, but it's a little truck stop. I'll take you right here, We like, damn. So he take the car, impound the car. Mind you, we got 2 guns in the car.
Right.
And drop us at the truck stop. It's like 6 in the morning now. We walk in this little restaurant at the truck stop. Everybody head turn. Like Life. You seen Life?
Yeah.
When Martin and Eddie Murphy asked for the white only pie?
Right.
Yeah, we walked in one of them places. And they just looked at us. And we like, we ordered some food. And, we like, man, we sick. We like, where's the bus station? And this, it wasn't Uber back then. We like, where's the bus station at? We gotta catch a Greyhound. We had some static in Vegas. We was out there hustling, so we took a L and, had some police issues and was just trying to get back home. And they like, the Greyhound station a mile down the road, y'all could walk. We like, fuck it, we walking down the road. Bro, 2 people pulled up in a pickup truck, threw a bottle at us, and said, fuck niggers.
Wow.
I could not believe it. Was funny to me, bro. I'm just like,
It's insane. Like the last thing you expect. Yeah.
And we got the car impounded. We took a L in Vegas. Then we walking down the street in Barstow, and a motherfucker throw a bottle at us. It's like 2000 and something.
Yeah.
I ain't even know it's still racist people.
That
Niggas
way,
said,
right?
Yeah, I'm just like, damn. So hold on. I did know it's still racist people, but
Yeah.
I'm just like,
Wasn't thinking
it just
that
kind of
was
saw
gonna happen
off
this
guard.
moment,
And it was
yeah.
just like a movie. I couldn't believe it. So we walked to the Greyhound station, catch the bus back to LA, and how we got the car back and all that. That's another story.
That's another story,
Tell you
yeah.
off camera. Yeah.
What do you think Fats would think about all the success Victory Lap has had throughout this year?
Man, I think he would be satisfied and inspired, you know what I'm saying? And just feel like job well done. He worked with us from day one, you know what I'm saying? Like we was riding bikes with teenagers, and like he would be, what's the word? Like, I don't know, like just
Like
feel
satisfied,
completed. You know what I'm saying?
content,
Feel
yeah.
like, you know what I mean? Full circle, job well done, like we did it. You know what I mean? Yeah.
But even with the situation, like real life still is part of what's going on, because I saw your brother Sam bailed himself out recently.
Yeah. Just honestly, bro, like, that situation was just a case of the police just being devilish. You know what I'm saying? For no, just clearly just, they see what we doing. They see what the energy is. They see what direction we going in. And just the history of where we come from, they still hate that.
Yeah.
And so they take time, they take
And
opportunities.
you're still in that community,
and we
too.
still there. So it's a texture of things that happen that if it happened anywhere remotely close, they gonna try to put it on some involving us.
Yeah.
And so, you know, he bailed out, went to court and got
They said Nipsey bailed him out. Nipsey like, put some respect on his name and
yeah,
bailed
don't do
himself
that.
out.
Don't do that at all.
1 million.
Yeah.
Sam.
But, you know, he went to court and thank God the case was, it didn't even get picked up by the DA.
Oh, that's great.
You know what I'm saying? So his first court date, it got rejected.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
Shout out to him.
That's dope. I always thought about your brand, the marathon. You know, you talk about that all the time. You shout it out, and eventually marathons, you know, do have a finishing line.
Right.
Like, but for you, like, when do you feel like you're gonna come to your end of the race? Is there an end?
I mean, yeah, life. At the end of life, you
Right.
know. But I feel like it's not limited to music. That point of view, it's not just about making music. It's just about, you know, a mentality, in my opinion. Just you know how to take your lumps in life. You know what I mean? Because you gonna take your L's. You gonna have your ups and downs. So just a philosophy or a point of view on how to look at the journey. You know what I mean? You got where you at. You got where you trying to be, and then you got all this shit in between that's not gonna matter when you get here. You know what I mean? So I feel like. And it was a way of inspiring myself also. Just like a pep talk I was telling myself while I was in a vulnerable moment. You know what I mean? Yeah.
That the marathon it goes on.
It
no
don't
matter
stop.
what.
You know what I'm saying? I've been doing this. It wasn't about this moment. I was doing this way back then. Doing this back then got me here. So reflect, bro. Just, you know what I'm saying? Keep it going.
Right.
What do you mean when you said never let a hard time humble us?
Never let a hard time humble us, because you know it's the game gonna test you. It's ups and downs, and so like, you know, you got to be who you are at all times.
Right.
You know what I mean? So, you know, just like a principle to live by. You know?
Yeah.
Even though we're still in the victory lap, are you working towards the next album already?
Oh, you want that exclusive to be that?
Because he's gonna give it to LeBron first. So LeBron's gonna be on
the victory lap up.
He's gonna, LeBron's
Nah,
gonna
what's
be on
crazy,
IG.
man? What's crazy, bro, is that, you know, I made no pressure after Victory Lap. You know what I'm saying? So all them records came after Victory Lap. Every one of
I
them.
like that EP.
Yeah, everything on there came
Just
after.
to show. We just
because I was
yeah.
working. I'm like, just what you said. How you gonna come with some records? Man, I got 50 songs in.
None of
Go
this
ahead.
could have been on Victory Lap though. That's like my favorite.
None of this.
Yeah.
It could have. And Stuck in the Grind could have been on Victory Lap
I agree.
too. You know what I'm saying? But you know, I just wanted to make music. We mixed the album. I got the album done, like mastered in my hand. All right, what we gonna do now? We gotta shoot videos. We gotta mix the music. We gotta do the marketing. I mean, we gotta work on some more music and then figure out the release and all that. But I wanna stay in music mode. You know what I mean? Yeah. So to answer that, we got a ton of music. You know, I got like 2 other collab projects I did.
Right.
Bino with Bino that we gonna figure out what to do with the records.
I saw you and Nipsey, you and Meek, but teasing something like you gonna do a collaboration
Yeah.
album. Or,
You would download that? You would stream that?
hell yeah. I'll give you $10 for it right now.
We gonna charge 100. We gonna do a proud to pay with that.
Proud to pay.
Nah, I think that'd be dope. I think that last Meek project. I mean, I think we all feel like that's his best project. I think that's, you know what I mean, like some classic street rap music that we ain't got in a long time. I think that people love to see that. We've been like talking about it for a while, doing records like that never came out, but I think it'll be crazy.
Yeah. There's also a gentleman, Dallas Lifestyles, is a tie-in with
Dallas Martin.
Yeah. He you know, A&R both your projects.
Yeah.
Can you talk about what he adds process?
And he got Roddy Ricch. That's, you know,
true.
He's been
Got
working
young.
with Roddy Ricch from
Cool.
early on. So, you know, just he had a great year. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What's crazy about Dallas, man, me and Dallas been talking about trying to figure out how to get me to put an album out proper.
Yep.
Since like 2011 when MMG was at Warner Brothers. And Todd Moskowitz was the executive.
Yes, sir.
And so, you know, you know what I mean, just to see how the growth he's had and the progress he made. That's somebody that, you know, I seen him work his way up and put his work in and, you know, work for the position he got, you know what I mean? And he always believed in my shit and was like, bro, you know what I mean? Like, however, whenever it's time, you know what I mean? Let's figure something out. And so it was dope. We got to work together when I came to Atlanta.
Yeah, how did he add to the process in your mind in terms of victory lap?
I mean, this is what I learned at my last situation, that it got to be somebody that really believes in the building on the other side. You and your team got to believe in, but on that side also, it got to be somebody.
He got to represent you in the big corporate
and
structure.
Understands it also and can articulate it and say, no, listen, you know what I mean? And so
this is what Nip's trying to do here.
Yeah, and this is why this is important. This is why you got to, you know what I mean? And so it's not me saying it, because of course I'm going to say it. You know, I'm me.
The passionate artist.
Yeah, you know what I mean? But for somebody that's, you know, work on that side, and what they say is their reputation. So when they say things and it comes back as not true, that reflects poorly. So they got to say things that they believe in and mean, and to have somebody campaigning on the inside is priceless. You know what I mean?
Do you feel like you gained new fans from Victory Lap?
100%. I never sold that many records. All my mixtapes. You know what I'm saying? So that's in fact, we got more fans. But, you know, just going outside, I get more of a reaction after the album. Then obviously the mixtapes, we never had this level of marketing. I never was able to have this many videos and be able to get a proper rollout. You know, that's something Julie told me early. She was like, you know, I want to give you a long runway. I want to make sure you got a proper rollout. You never had that. You deserve to see what that'll do for you. And that's what we got to do with Victory Lap.
Are you surprised by some of the, I guess, people that had listened to Victory Lap?
Like who?
I saw you had a picture with Denzel Washington. Seems like y'all.
Oh man, I don't know if you listened to the album.
Okay.
You know, that was just, we was at a Laker game, and I had a story when I was a kid. You know, my sister's father used to work at the Forum, and the Lakers played at the Forum when I was young. So I'd be able to go to some of the games sometime. And, you know, we'd be at, you know, a little higher ups. And I used to be a little kid trying to sneak down there and get autographs. And so I snuck down, and I seen Denzel, and I'm like, Denzel, I was probably 8. I'm like, what's up? Let me get an autograph. But the security grabbed me. He like, nah, bro, like, go back to your seat. Denzel, like, or his wife tapped him, and he looked. Denzel like, watch out, man. Let the little kid come get an autograph. And I came down courtside, and he gave me an autograph. So now I'm sitting next to him years later, and I'm like, hey, I don't even mean to be in your space, but, man, I was a kid. We was at the Forum, and I told him what happened. I'm like, and your wife tapped you, and you know, flagged the security to let me through. And he, you know, he gave me some good words, you know, and I just shook his hand.
That's dope.
Yeah.
You also got to touch that Rose Bowl stage, man. Khaled brought you out there.
Oh yeah, that was crazy. Yeah, that was crazy. Shout out Khaled and Lenny S for that.
You might have inspired Jigga bringing out the vest again, the Rollie in the vest on the tour,
think so?
man.
You
I'm
think
Jigga
so?
with the Rollie in the vest.
Yeah, that's crazy. That show was incredible. That show was next level. Yeah, I had seen it first in Philly, and I seen y'all at the Rose Bowl in LA. I had my kids and shit with us. It was crazy though.
But you also went back home to
Africa, to Eritrea.
Right?
Yeah.
Eritrea.
Oh,
So what was that experience like?
Man, you know, that was cool. I didn't get to stay as long as I did last time. So I didn't have the same, it didn't get to sink in. Last time I stayed for 3 months. You know what I'm saying? It was no Twitter, it was no IG, it was no, so we weren't as connected. So when you was in Africa, you was in Africa. This time, you know, I stayed at the hotel. I'm Nip now. So it's different when I go outside. But I got to see my family, and, you know, it was dope, you know, just breathing that air and going. I got to meet the president.
Oh, wow.
You know what I'm saying? And I landed at the airport, and they had a minivan waiting for me. And I drove into the country.
Oh, wow.
You know what I'm saying? And gave my passport, and they handled everything for me.
Wow.
So, yeah, they treated me great. You know, I ate good. You know, spent time with my family. I think I stayed for a little bit over a week, a little, like 10 days maybe. And I had to get back and get ready for tour. Yeah, it was cool though.
Right.
I'm a little concerned though, Nip. You getting your bylines on, man. Players Tribune, man. You trying to take me out? You writing articles now, man? What's going on, man?
Oh yeah, nah, that was their idea. But you know, I worked with their writer, so he took what I wrote and then he, you know, put his spin on it. You know what I mean? Yeah.
The Players Tribune. Well, so it's about you're building with, I guess, with Puma. Yeah. In your area of Crenshaw, you're building like a basketball, rebuilding a basketball court situation.
Yeah. So it's an elementary school called 59th Street Elementary, and it's on our area. And Puma just relaunched their basketball campaign. So part of the campaign, they wanted to go into certain communities of they, you know, brand ambassadors and just like do basketball events. And so we talked about what school or what playground we could renovate and, you know what I mean, just beautify and also, you know, create a vibe to have events at. And so that was the one we chose. And, you know, the artist came down, he painted the courts, redid them, painted the handball courts and everything. And just, you know, the school is chain link fence covered. So when you drive by, you see the painting. The whole playground look colorful now. Yeah, so, you know, shout out to Chief at Puma. That was something he put together with us.
That's what's up.
Yeah.
Streets ain't for everybody. Get them grades up.
Right.
That's my second favorite line on the album.
Yeah.
You say you was gonna say some of your favorite lines, Elliot. You had some besides the
Yeah. Pick a song, man.
pick a song. Oh shit, like Russian roulette. Which one is your favorite favorite song? Do you have it?
That Blue Laces
The Blue
too, though,
Laces?
still takes me in that zone, man.
That might be one of my
That
favorites.
last verse, because they said, you know, Jay with the What's Free, that's one of the best verses of the year. But that Nip Hussle in that last verse on Blue Laces too, though.
Right. Yeah, that's when I knew my album was done. I was listening to my album and I'm just like, damn, you know, I started listening to classics and I'm like, damn, you know, that third verse on One Love from Nas, the Stand song from Eminem, you know what I'm saying? Certain like, it was all good just a week ago.
Yeah.
Them stories, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, that's what I'm lacking. I don't got a story for real. Like, and that we talked about, you know, on Young Nigga, it was like little quick little flashbacks, but it wasn't an in-depth story, you know? So when I did Blue Laces, I'm like, all right, it's complete now, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what's this about Young Nigga, though? It's like it seems like you just kind of dancing on the track with Puff and do the ad-libs, and then you just go into a rap mode where like you catch a zone.
Yeah.
And then even the ad-libs are on the back, and it's just like you just kind of go in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was off the head too. You know, that was some, you know, I did that record a long time ago. And we changed the production on it. But I heard I did that record probably 2 days after that Party Next Door record came out. So whenever that West District original came out, I told my producer to flip that beat and let me rap
So you
on it.
knew right away you wanted to
Yeah,
touch that.
immediately. I was riding around listening to that record. I'm like, I want to rap on this, man. You know what I'm saying? I hit Party and them, they ain't hit back in time. I'm just like, man, flip this record, man. But then Party, they ended up clearing it. They ended up, you know, so he was actually like low-key featured on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are we gonna get any more videos?
Yup. I'm gonna do a video. I did a video of the Victory Lap, the intro. And I'm gonna do on the Blue Laces to finish.
Oh yeah, we didn't get to do that video yet.
Not yet. We
I
working
didn't know
on
there
it.
was gonna be a video for it. Okay.
Yeah. And we're gonna do one for Blue Laces. Yeah.
That's awesome.
I feel like there's gonna be. Is there a sequel to the album? We're gonna get a
part
extended
two?
version.
I do have records, you know, that was being considered, but I don't know. I just got to think about what's the best move to make. I'm really trying to make new music, you know what I'm saying? But I wouldn't hold the music back. I land it somewhere. I'm gonna do an All Money In project with the team that I'm getting ready to push as, you know, the official artist on the label.
Yeah, you have a new artist, right?
Yeah, Killer Twan.
Killer Twan.
Yeah, then Pac-Man.
He was like, send me
Jay
some
Stone.
beats, man. Killer Twan ready to go. Let's go.
I got like 15 songs. I'm gonna play for y'all on my phone. He been in the studio over the last month. He going crazy. He out the Nickerson Gardens. And if you really listen to Bullets Ain't Got No Name Volume 1, Killer Twan on there.
Oh, okay.
He's on the last record, you know, so we been working with Killer and, you know, like I told y'all off camera, the focus was to get the album out, but we had a in-depth plan of what we wanted to do. And so part of that is getting the label really solidified, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so like I said, we got Killer, we got Pac, we got Jay Stone, Cobby, BH, and then we working with a ton of other artists too, but, you know, we gonna come with the original home team of my homies that grew up in the section with us and you know, building the sound with us, and then it's gonna turn straight music, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I was gonna say you never was stingy. Like I think about Volume 3, you always had a lot of collaborators like Cobby and.
I mean, that's
like
just
that.
how we start making music. We had studios in our neighborhood. If I had the equipment, it was in my spot, and in my closet was the mic, and Cuzzy would come pull up and lay a verse, and Cobby would lay a verse, and then, you know, Robin Hood would have a studio, and we'd go to his spot and record. So, you know, that was just how we made music.
Right.
It's times when it's like a solo personal moment, and it's like, this is a solo project or this is a solo record, but overall, we all made music collectively together. Yeah.
How's Granny feeling about the success, man?
Oh, man. We took Granny with us to Vegas. She was on the Puma jet with us. Yeah. She was turned up, man.
Puma Jet is nice,
Yeah.
man.
Planes,
Yeah,
the planes outfit.
For sure, she had to bet on yourself.
Yeah,
Get an Emery collab. Yeah.
Yeah,
Nah,
because in the
Granny-
Players Tribune thing, you spoke a lot about her. Like for people that don't know, can you speak
Right.
on her role in?
Yeah, Granny
How
just,
important?
I'm sure anybody grew up, how we grew up, you know, Granny's an important part of the family. And my granny was just like backbone, you know what I mean? And we lived with granny for the first 7 years of my life. You know what I mean? So she had a 2-bedroom house, and it was me, moms, and bro in the other bedroom in the bed together. And granny wake up, cook breakfast every morning, you know what I'm saying? Like an old school, you know what I mean, structured, never really angry, always good energy. She's a unique person, but you know, easiest person to love. Anybody, you might get in the elevator and love granny by the time you get off. That's just how her spirit is. She talked to everybody. She just, you know what I mean, a happy person. Yeah, 86 and still wake up every morning. You know,
sharp.
Yeah, drop my son off. She had my son all day. She go out to the, you know, events with us and all that. Took her to the Pac premiere when the Pac movie came out. She just, you know, it's a pure spirit, you know? Yeah.
That's awesome, man.
Yeah.
No, we see the family in the upfront, man.
Yeah, you know, my thing is really like a family business, for real.
Yeah.
My dad is a part of the Marathon Clothing. He work every day at the shop, you know what I mean? My brother is my business partner.
Yeah.
You know, my sister work with us, you know what I mean? Moms, everybody. It's really like a family business, for real. You know,
great.
my girl is in all my videos, you know what I mean?
They say you put a ring on it, man.
Man, that was, you know, for the record. You know what I'm saying? Just for the record.
I mean, I won't
You
get
know,
my boss involved.
By the way,
you know what I'm saying?
the caliber woman Lauren is, that's a wife off top.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Period. You know what I mean?
Yes,
but
sir.
we didn't get married. You know what I mean? So we was at the club celebrating her birthday. I'm sure I might be invite everybody to dinner and say, bring y'all wives.
Right.
Y'all might not be married. Y'all know how we talk. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, we was just having fun celebrating her birthday.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, we going out tonight too. It's she hosting at Moreno.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it's great to see you. Like, you're out there more, you know,
Yeah, I
sharing
mean,
with us.
right. You know, it just TMZ was in front of the club. You know, so they caught us just after we ate dinner, drunk some shots. You know, in a little good mood. They got a little extra out of us. So it's all good.
I heard you say something about, in terms of like the business, how people consume music, that, so you said an interesting quote. You said like almost like the metric for success almost is inspiration. Because a lot of times before you even had the catalog, people always speak about Nip Hussle, like he inspires me. Can you talk about how that like it still continued to be like, to me, like the foundation of what you do? Like,
Right.
you creating great content, but it still inspires others.
Right. Yeah, I think I read that somewhere. It was just like the highest human act is to inspire. You know what I mean? And so for me, it's like, why do I don't care really the business side of music outside of just being a hustler. When it comes to music I love, you know, I might pay attention and get informed about how the album performed, but it don't really influence how I feel about the music. So, you know, when I thought about what factor make me like the music, you know, what really is it? And I think it's like the music that inspires you. That's what you really, that's the stuff you play over and over again. That's the music. And you got shit that entertain you, shit that, you know, motivates you. But I think at the core, all that, it inspires you to dance. It inspires you to get some money. It inspires you to fall in love. But it inspires you, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I think that that's the goal of making music, is to inspire some emotional reaction from people, you know? Yeah.
So whether it does gold, platinum, that's not really important to you. It's more so about,
I mean, this is what I know. You create classic music, people gonna catch on.
Right.
It's gonna, you know what I'm saying? It's gonna perform how I perform. You know what I mean? But as a hustler, I want my shit to go platinum. You know what I'm saying? I want my shit
clear.
because I want to charge what a platinum artist charge for everything. You know what I mean? And I want to be multi. But it's steps. You know what I mean? We gonna play the game how it go.
right.
I think you said something too that Kendrick don't get credit in the sense of how he cracked that commercial code, but in a sense you feel like he never really went commercial with his music. It's like
mean,
people just responded that way. It took it.
I think they came to what he was doing.
Yeah.
Section 80 doesn't sound too far from Good Kid. They completely different sonically in the storyline, but they don't sound like a different artist.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Up until where he at now, to where I feel like, you know, I think they just came to him. And I think that's the goal. You know what I mean? Because it's like you didn't pursue it and you ended up with it, so you don't gotta change for it. You get to be who you are.
So do you feel like the next step after Victory Lap, this next album is maybe even that thing that takes that?
I mean, I feel
further?
like you know, you gotta think. The last project I put out was Mailbox Money or Crenshaw, like officially, right? I had mixtapes after that, but you know, from that to this, you know, that's a
Hell of a jump.
That's a hell of a jump. You know what I mean? And so from Victory Lap to what we do next, you gotta think I learned a lot from when I put out Crenshaw and Mailbox Money, and everything went into Victory Lap that I learned. And I'm gonna learn a lot from now until you know, this next thing that come out, I've learned a lot just putting this project out. This my first major label release.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? It's the first time I actually, you know, mix and master the project. You know what I mean? It's the first time we really did a full campaign and marketed the album and did radio runs and all that. And, you know, I feel like, cool, I got it. I figured out what it looked like. I know the whole process, the whole team at Atlantic. I know who everybody is. We got a working history. The next one gotta be bigger. You know what I mean? It gotta, you know, continue to grow. You know what I'm saying, in my opinion. Yeah.
So can you give us a sneak peek into 2019?
Man, more music, that's my goal. You know, more than anything, just to be upfront. I got a ton of business stuff. Y'all gonna see as that unfolds.
Right.
Yeah.
But the music is what's, you know, everybody's tuned in for.
Yeah.
So just more music, for real.
Cool. We appreciate it, Nip, man. Good luck
Always,
at the Grammys, man.
always. Thank
Nominated.
y'all,
Like his
man.
family?
Yeah. Y'all killed y'all cup. I was going slow, huh? Let me catch up, man.
The victory sip.
Love,
One more
love.
time, man.
Yeah.
Nip Hussle,
Nip.
baby.
Yeah, thank y'all.
Love.
Absolutely.
Rap Radar Podcast.
Yeah.
I can't take that title. I can't take that one. But I don't think Crenshaw got a mayor, but somebody that care about the area and want to see it make progress with us as we make our progress. Definitely. Thank y'all. I'm super excited too for the moment to be here, where it's a music moment and everybody's excited about the music, me included, you know. But like you said, it was a lot of clearing the way for this, so we both very excited. You know, that was one of the that was actually the exercise. Just what you just asked. How do you calm yourself down? And I think the benefit of me being in the game for some years and dropping music, the first time I dropped a project, I got feedback from it. I got to see the lifespan of a project. I got to see what it's like to drop it. People care about it, consume it, tour off of it, get the feedback, and then it goes and becomes an old thing. And you got to go back in and do it again. I've done that a few times to where I got to see what was really important. Like, it might be a producer or a hook singer at the moment, and you do a song with them, and then the project goes on a cycle, and then it's no longer new and it's not exciting, and then 3 songs off of that project still count. And it's not the ones with the big producer or the important, after the general excitement is dead, it's a different, the records that you might not have been conscious of what you put into them when you made them, but after you do 10 projects or 9 projects, you start looking at which ones lasted, which ones work at the show, and you see your lane. So for me, I saw my lane, like, this why they connect to me, this why they fucking with me right here. And I wanted my album to be a collection of those records. It's something that you can do in a record that puts it above expiration. You know what I'm saying? And then you can have records that's dope but they have an expiration date, and then it's something that can happen in the production of a song that removes the material that makes it spoil, make it go bad, or makes it become have a shelf life. And I don't think that's like a surface level thing you're gonna observe, but you'll realize the mixture of what went into those songs after you do enough of them and make enough music and create enough. You start to see, like, oh, it's really, from my experience, it's the intention. It's like you lose it immediately if you go into a creative space with the business intention. You lost it. You can still succeed with the business intention and make a product that succeeds, but the art value's gone immediately. And it's like to check your intentions going into the album and bring what you learn from all your other shit to it, and say, as challenging as it's gonna be, and as much as I'm gonna be tempted and pressured to create under these pressures of like a radio hit or making it a song that millions of people can consume and relate to, I ain't wanna have them intentions, because I learned from my last shit. I've tried that, and it's always visible. It's always present in the music. You can't not hear it when you listen to somebody's shit. You can hear their intentions. You can hear what they trying to do. Yeah. So if you come to it with like the intention of, I want to tell the truth, I want to inspire people, I want to entertain, and I want to like raise my aesthetic and my effectiveness in just expressing what I'm trying to get off, the records come out different in my experience. Yeah, I think it's like a baby. You're not aware of what could go wrong. So you just jump off the bed, you walk down the steps, you could kill yourself. You know what I'm saying? You play with your hands in the corner of the door. You know what I'm saying? You don't trip because you're not even aware. And then you get educated on what could go wrong. And now you start, it restrain your expression. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? You don't just be free with it. You know what I mean? So I think that's the part of like a learning curve, is that it's a benefit of not knowing. You just raw. Whatever you are, you bring it to your art. And then you start learning shit, and you gotta figure out how to keep the rawness in it. From learning all these ways to be more effective, you gotta learn how to not let the raw material get filtered out. And then from all these rules, you realize that's only one rule. That's why they say you learn the rules so you know how to break them. Because, you know, you realize what's really important. And it's a golden rule. And if you don't break the golden rule, all the other shit people will forgive and accept, long as you don't break the golden rule in the art, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? Which is like, tell the truth. You know what I mean? Draw from your experience. Tell the truth. Yeah, definitely. From the jump, I've been working with 1500 to nothing. Yeah. And so all my music, my branches, they come from the tree of 1500. Yeah. So all my producers, songwriters, musicians, I met through Rance, Mars, yeah, James, Brody. You know, even my engineer G, everybody came from the 1500 production group or movement. Sure. So I met a production duo named Mike and Keys through 1500, and we did Crenshaw. A lot of the records on Crenshaw, they produced with 1500, and then we did, you know, we had Check Me Out, which ended up being a big record for me in terms of touring and just my fan base. It got a little bit of mix show love without us really aiming at it. It was just a dope record that ended up working semi. So I'm like, this sound is where I made a lot of progress, so I want to stay here with the album. Well, I'm a rapper. Okay. So I've been up there where you get a band and, you know, it turns into the Playboy Jazz Festival. You know what I'm saying? And nothing against that. It's just the songs sound different. I mean, normally, traditionally, I just go off of like, and this is how I describe my shit to producers, because producers will get offended if they play you 15 beats and you don't pick one. They get to thinking that they beat is whack, or you don't like it, or you got to be clear. I had to learn how to articulate that. You know, artists, we listening to the song that we hear words on. So you might hear 10 beats and you don't hear words on these yet. That don't mean the beat ain't tight. That don't mean that you ain't gonna rap on it next week. You just don't hear words right now. Yeah. And the studio costs money, and we want to go the path of least resistance. So the one that's speaking to me today is the one we gonna rap on. Yeah. That's based on how you feel, what you woke up on, what you listen to. It's a lot of factors that, you know, dictate what record you or what production you're gonna write a song to today. So I go off of like what's talking to me. Whatever combo I'm having with myself, what music supported. When I hear the record, I'm like, exactly. I don't gotta think to write a song to this. I could just go in the booth and talk right now because I'm feeling the way that this music feels. Marsha from Floyd, she's incredible on the album. She blessed me. Stacey Barth is on the title track. She like, that's the first thing you're gonna hear is her vocals on the album. Before you hear my voice, you're gonna hear Stacey Barth's vocal. You know, that record was, if I play you the original, you'll be like, damn. It was like a boom bap, like a MPC sounding beat, like some drums and a sample. And then I wrote a song to it and I recorded the 3 verses and it didn't have a hook. The sample was like the hook. Gotcha. And then we brought this keyboard player named Amir. He's dope. He played with Big Sean. He produced on Big Sean's last 2 albums. He part of Big Sean band. He just a dope young keyboard player. We brought him in, and he just went crazy. He opened up the Pro Tools, rearranged the beat, chopped it, and just added musical parts all through the song. And then we brought Stacey in, and she heard that, and then she sung on top of it, and the record sounded completely different. Like way theatric, way just multi-dimensional musically, and that when we did that record, I was like, this is what I want the foundation of the sound to be. I want it to be hard, like street bottom, like bass and drum, and I want it to be next level music on the top frequency, and I want my vocal to sit in the middle. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? You know, like or Eminem second album or any of them, and just even outside of hip hop, the production 90% of the time is not trendy. It's not seasonal. It's rooted in music. It's rooted in like chords and in instruments and in like traditional greatness of music. Even like Bruno Mars and to the level that they succeed on. If you really break down the production, Brody back there. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Playing chords. Yeah. You know what I mean? And it's being presented as a top tier pop product, but it's music. Yeah. You know what I mean? So I think that was one of the intentions too in the production, was to use instruments, use real music, and build it as a music statement that's not necessarily influenced by the sound of right now. Yeah. But that's tricky because you don't want to be overly nostalgic. You don't want to be like a legacy sounding like I'm trying to preserve an era. Right. So the challenge was to make it, and my opinion on how we did it was the drums. Yeah. Like with the real innovation and step forward that production took is the drums, the trap influence on the percussion, the snares and the triple hi-hats, and instead of, you know what I'm saying? That's old. When you hear that rhythm on a record, you automatically date it. That's interesting. Yeah. You know, but when you hear the rhythm is updated, you could do whatever with the music. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? I mean, well, any of them songs I heard words. So as much whatever I thought people was gonna say, I'm like, this verse is tight. The beat might be different than what they normally hear me on, but I'm about to perform because I hear words. I'm about to deliver a dope message or a dope verse, or you know what I'm saying? So I always felt like if anything, it'll make you curious. Like, what he about to say on this? Yeah. And then if I deliver, it'll bring you through your resistance to the production. You know what I mean? But that ended up being one of my favorite. Like when I go through my catalog, I listen to Call from the Bank. I listen to the MGMT flip. I listen to like, you know, the musical flexes. You know what I mean? To me, that's what is like excites me when I go back and I listen to Who Detached Us off TMC, or I listen to, like you said, Call from the Bank off the Marathon, and it's like a classic rock beat on the Who Detached Us record, and it's a Steve Jobs verse or sample. It's like this song says featuring Steve Jobs. You know what I'm saying? So them as an artist, I look back and be like, yeah, that was a fearless attempt. That was dope. You know what I'm saying? I like, even if the execution wasn't all the way where it needed to be, just like, I got a record called Payback off Bullets Ain't Got No Name Volume 3. And I think those moments is like, set me aside. So you like, I would never be guilty of being a, like, I don't want to say the wrong word, but like, or like exercising a sellable cliche. You know what I'm saying? Like, we know this work, and I'm gonna stay right here. I would never want to be guilty of that. Yeah. So I always do that just on record. That, you know, as soon as you might have thought you got a word to put me as, this is what this music is. Well, you can't, because he made a record like Payback. You can't say it's gangster rap. Yeah. You can't if you listen to Payback. You can't say it's conscious rap if you listen to Hussle in the House. You feel what I'm saying? But I got records like Been Here for a While that's equally honest as Hussle in the House. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's like challenging, like, the people that import opinions. Yeah. That import accepted opinions instead of like really challenging themselves to feel a way about some shit. They just be like, oh, he said a keyword, that's gangster rap. Oh, he said positive message, that's conscious rap. Or he said this, that, you know what I mean? So I think that's probably why I try to do that. And I'm inspired by other music than rap, you know? Man, you know what's crazy? I'm not listening to it right now, but it's a song that I bought from Amoeba like 4-5 years ago. It was a record I heard on the radio. It was a dude named Goat, Goyte. It was a song called "Used to Know." You ever heard that record?
Go TA.
Go TA. Yeah, that shit crazy to me. Like just the songwriting on that, you know. So I'm more like I don't got genres. I just got like dope songs I like or dope like Iris by the Goo Goo Dolls, probably one of my favorite written songs in history.
Yo, for real.
What?
Yeah.
You gotta hear the words. You know what I'm saying? And like what he's saying and the way that it leads into the hook. That's like people ain't wrote on that level. A lot of people had not wrote songs on that level. You know, what I'm realizing too is that people choose you for your opinion in terms of like fans. They don't choose you for any other reason than they think you got a unique perspective. And they count on you to be honest about expressing it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I think that to know that gives you power as an artist because you just always got to be clear on what your opinion is and what your reality is and you know where to go. In terms, instead of trying to anticipate where the fans are, and trying to aim what you doing at where they about to be, you just know where you at. And you know they bought into your opinion. And so like for me, that's the reality of who I am. I'm influenced by things that happened in my life that was like that God had to be God. You know what I'm saying? There's no way else. So I can't feel ashamed of that. I can't like leave that off the music or leave that out the story because then it's not as honest as it could be. You know, and then I gotta check myself on why I'm not speaking on it, why I don't include the real thought. Not to say I would say it if I didn't really have them thoughts, because people like spiritual shit or feel like this is positive. No, that's them is thoughts I really had. I'm a Leo, I'm a fire sign, but then even I spoke to that. I said, feel the fire, it's a different flame. That was one of the lyrics on the album. And you know, I think like all of this is an accumulation of what I learned, honestly. I didn't have no opinion until I started working with music and trying shit. And what I like, music is spiritual. Anybody that fuck with music long enough, you know, if you don't cloud yourself and you don't like miss it, you're gonna realize it's spiritual. You can miss it though. You know what I mean? But if you in tune and you present enough, you're gonna be like, it's vibrations, it's the word. If you even read the Bible in the beginning, it was the word. That's the first thing that the Bible say. You know what I mean? So the power of the word is intense, it's real. So to try to make music and separate it from a spiritual thing, I don't think it's possible. I don't even think that, you know, the actual act of music, think about this. You going somewhere mentally and you bringing something back that people that aren't where you just went can hear in the place that you both are. Like you go somewhere when you go pull a lyric down. Where is it at? Where does it exist? You know what I'm saying? And then you say it with your voice, and now everybody can hear it. So what is that? But it was the truth that existed in everybody's space. You just went and like brought it down to the level that we communicate on. You know what I'm saying? So that's spiritual. Even producers make music. Where does the music exist at? They hear A, B, C. Where does that, until they play it, they bringing it down to our level of experience, but it exists already because they heard it. So to think it's not spiritual, I think is being like, you're not thinking about it long enough. You know what I'm saying? You just, you go into the next thought so quick that you don't get a chance to really sit here and evaluate what you're doing. As a human, I'm competitive as, you know, rap is competitive like an athlete. You know what I mean? You don't want to be number two by design. You ain't gonna cry if you don't win the championship. You're gonna go harder in the gym. But what I know about life is that you're gonna hurt yourself. You know, life is, especially as a creativity and competition is opposites. You know what I'm saying? And they work against each other creatively. When you have to draw from a blank canvas, you gotta draw from your pool of experiences for it to have that thing in it. And you can compete and make something that's like technically good, but it's like a cloned human being. They might have two legs, but it's not the same as a baby that was born from a mama and daddy and it was some love made, and that's a different formula. So I think that to create is like a natural labor, and then to copy or to like compare or compete creatively, you confuse yourself. You know what I'm saying? Because you miss all the dope shit that only you can do. Yeah. It's shit only Nip can say certain lines. Yeah. It's a song that only I can write because it's only true to me. Now it's true to everybody in the world if it's true because we all got the same general truths, but the specifics of it, them is the songs I need to write. And those is where I'ma really succeed. And I think I heard Ross say some real shit. He's like, man, I want every penny that's mine. I don't want a penny more or a penny less. And that's a good way to look at it. You know, I don't want any shine, success that ain't mine. You know what I'm saying? I just want all of mine. Yeah. So I think that's gonna put you in the mindset of, you know, filtering yourself and challenging yourself. And honestly, you know, I don't think we get extra credit for that. That's what we supposed to do. You know what I'm saying? Like, if we like rap, we a part of this shit. We can't, I don't think that's cool to be so blinded by being competitive that you can't, like, this shit tight, bro. You know what I'm saying? This is a dope record. And we are inspired by rap music. Even if somebody the same age as you, younger than you, that's weirdo shit to me, that you can't acknowledge, like, you made a dope record, bro. This shit is tight, and whatever the reasons why I wouldn't say that, I don't believe in them reasons. Nah, the energy of that song, I wanted the visual to represent the energy of it. Yeah. And the energy is just really aggressive, it's high energy, it's confident, yeah. It's like a boast almost. And also I look at that more than a single, it's like, you know, I think in branding, it's about distinguishing qualities. It's not about what you got in common. You know what I mean? Like, if you look at any brand or company's tagline, they line expresses their unique qualities, the distinguishing qualities. The world's only this, the world's number one this, the world's first, the distinguishing quality. So as an artist and a rapper, rap niggas is my distinguishing quality that I do own all the rights to all my raps. You know what I'm saying? I am a anomaly in my space. To me, if you know the details, you know, and the way I exist is unique. And so I think that the most effective branding will be the first record off the album. I'm shouting out what's different about me. You know what I'm saying? And I want the visual to represent that too. I just want the project to be heard on the highest level. You know what I'm saying? Of course, big numbers mean you get a big check, but I just want, this is why I went into the partnership, and this is why I held out for so long. I wanted to be able to make an artistic statement on the highest level. And I love doing interviews about music, so thank y'all for being like in tune and asking like dope questions about music, you know what I'm saying?
Power 105.1.
Morning, everybody. It's DJ Envy, Angela Yee, Charlamagne the God. We are the Breakfast Club. We have a special guest from the West Coast.
Finally.
Yeah, finally.
The homie Nipsey Hussle.
What up?
What's up, my brother?
Everything good. How you feeling?
You got the Proud to Pay movement going on.
Yeah, man.
You just put out the Crenshaw album.
Yeah.
You my dog, but I just couldn't pay $100 for it.
I seen your tweets, man. I had to holler at my boy real quick.
I've been a fan.
But you can still get the app. You don't have to do this.
I didn't know that.
It's free.
Nah, it was my choice.
hard copy.
Yeah, it was my choice for sure.
It's like a Kickstarter campaign. If you want to support somebody and donate money to the movement, kind of thing. And you also get an experience with it.
Exactly. You get access to the concert. It's like a limited concert. You can't buy a ticket for it. You got to have the product to get in. Mm-hmm. So, but it was by choice. If you wanted to download it, that's cool. It was available on that pit for free. So I'll just, clown it online.
Did you have the concert already? Did you
nah, we setting it up right now.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, I downloaded it on that pip.
That's cool.
Sorry.
That wasn't the first time you did that, though. You had Bullets Ain't Got No Name 3 for sale.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you remember that for sure.
I remember that because it was midnight and I was like, I'm going to get Nipsey's new joint. And then it was like, you got to pay for it.
You're so spoiled. But it is true because you put out the Crenshaw, the mixtape, and it is like an album. So sometimes it's difficult. You're putting out all this music with great guest features and producers and Ninth Wonder and Rick Ross is on it and Slim Thug and everybody. And it's like, damn, I got to give it away for free?
Yeah. No, I mean, we get money off the other side of it, like touring. You already know that, merchandise and all that. So it was really just to get people talking. I want everybody to be like, why he charging $100 for the album?
Right.
What makes it, in his mind, worth $100? So that was what the idea was, but it sold out, so that was cool too.
That's right. And then Jay-Z went ahead and bought 100 copies.
Yeah, shout out to Jay for that.
So,
for sure.
so that means he gets to come in the concert free.
If he want to, he could have done that without buying her. You know what I'm saying? But he got 100 tickets if he need to. Yeah.
Have you hollered at him since he made that purchase?
Nah, I didn't get to holler at Jay. Rock Nation reached out and
I bet
you know
they
what I'm saying. Not on no deal type of stuff, but just just was like handle the business, shot the loot over and all that.
Now they wired you the money, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Send it right to your account.
Exactly.
And then you shipped them the CDs.
Yeah, the next day for sure.
What made Jay-Z do that though? Was he he's a fan of yours or what?
I can't say, man. Honestly, I got a DM from B Dot and Elliot Wilson that was just like, Hov said he saluted the thinking behind the $100 album and all that. So I was like, for sure, tell him good looking. And then Rock Nation reached out and was just like, one of his homeboys, Emery, was like, send some clothing. He wanted to buy some clothing.
Salute to Emery, that's our guy.
Yeah, for sure. So we shot him a box of that for free too, because they spent 10 racks with us already.
So you had to give him something free.
Yeah, And
I thought you said you had some Crenshaw stuff for
I did, but no matter of fact, I still do. KC, what's going on? We got shirts left, right?
Throw it on Casey. Casey's like, no.
Nah, we did. It was so much stuff that got added, but I ship y'all whatever. I talked to Envy on the Twitter and all that. I
No
got
question.
the sizes.
Where did you get the idea of charging $100 per CD?
You needed a new chain.
Nah, not just that, man. You know what I'm saying? Nah, I got a few mentors that just put me on books and literature and all that. Big Bob Francis, one of them, and so he told me about this book called Contagious.
Contagious,
Yeah, so I got to the second chapter of that, and it was just talking about how this restaurant owner in Philly started selling Philly cheesesteaks for $100 out of his restaurant, and it just was like it set off all type of conversation. Everybody was talking about it. Then all type of influential people came through him and just wanted to check out why it was $100. Like Oprah came through and bought one. David Letterman bought one. He got all type of exposure and publicity, and then it became like a staple. And everybody started coming through supporting, buying a $100 cheesesteak. So I put the book down and I was like, yeah, we about to do that with the album. Nobody did that with music,
That only works if it's worth $100 though.
Yeah, the music gotta live up to the price eventually when they get it, And I think that I was confident in the music. It's not the album, It was stuff that didn't make Victory Lap, which is my album, but I felt like we recorded all of that with the album in mind, so it wasn't like recorded as a mixtape. You know what I'm saying?
Now
it's like art. It's like investing in a piece of art or something like that.
Yeah.
I would assume.
Yeah, it's the art don't really cost that much that they as it goes for the oil paint or whatever the texture or the material is ain't worth no 20 million. It's the way it's interpreted. It's the way people, you know what I'm saying, the value they got for it in their mind.
Now you were signed to Epic Records.
Yeah.
Now you're not on Epic anymore.
Nuh-uh.
Now are you gonna stay the independent route? Because we know that Ross was hollering at you one time. I'm sure Jay-Z didn't buy those CDs as for nothing. I mean, I'm sure it's gonna be a holler game at one point.
That's right.
Are you gonna stay independent or sign to a major?
I got like a unique idea as far as my deal that I'm looking for, and so I'm not really gonna go negotiate. I'm gonna just present my terms, and if somebody feel like it's beneficial to what they doing and it makes sense, we'll partner up.
Now what happened with Ross? Because I know he wanted to sign you.
Yeah, no, Rose was like, man, he could make whatever deal happen that we needed. I'm like, I don't want no money. I need a partnership, And so he fought tooth and nail inside the building and tried to push it through. But just the structure of the companies was like, they not really up for giving artists ownership and equity. They more like you can stand next to dude, he hot. You know what I mean? We'll cut a check, but you can't own nothing. You know what I'm saying? So I really wasn't in it for that.
And he said that you kept telling him he can't wear red around you.
Nah,
like,
he didn't say that.
There were a lot of other artists that tried to holler at you and sign you as well, not just Rick Ross.
Yeah, we had a few combos. I wouldn't say a lot, but a couple, artists that have executive positions also reached out. And it wasn't, we just talked about it because they knew I was a free agent and we had something going on.
How do you feel about signing to another artist, though?
I mean, I think it worked for some people. I think me being in the game, having a major deal, being pushed to the extent I got pushed to already, being educated on the inside of the building, I don't think that that's the route I'm going to go. But it worked for others. I think we see success, like people that popped off doing that.
Snoop was trying to sign you early on, too, wasn't he? Or was it just more of a co-sign type thing?
It was more like whatever. He like, man, if you need me, holler. You know, he wasn't necessarily like petitioning to sign me. He was just like, man, I know what this is. You know what I'm saying? It's familiar. I know what to do with it. Or like just if you need advice, whatever, hit me, You
move like Snoop, man. If Snoop was a gremlin and he got wet, you seem like you popped off. Dude, man.
Nah, that's the homie, man. He from the same culture. He from the same element. So, it ain't. It's like a New York dude. You a hustler in New York. You kind of might have the same mannerisms or like, you know what I mean, movement as another hustler from New York.
Speaking of culture, what do you say to people who say you're a stereotypical West Coast rapper? Because I don't really understand that, because I think people see the new face of the West, the Kendricks and so on, and they look at you and they're like, oh, he's a stereotypical West Coast rapper. He wears Chucks, he does the lowrider thing, he gangbangs, but that's the culture.
Yeah, I mean, it ain't like you might have to come to LA to like it ain't necessarily what is stereotypical, like, you know, represent the reality of what's going on. I would take that, you know what I'm saying? But if you listen to what I say in my music, you know, really listen to it, you'll understand the, you know, individuality. But it's real. I come from Crenshaw and Slauson. I come from 60th Street. You know what I'm saying? I was raised where the movies was inspired by.
The rolling 60s.
Yeah, you know, it wasn't vice versa. We ain't watched the movie and like that's what we gonna do. They came to the hood and asked could they film at our liquor store. We used to ride our bikes to it. You know what I'm saying? Asked could they put cameras up on our buildings where we hustled at and when we fought in the back of the buildings at. So, you know, it wasn't like life imitating art. It was just like they covered it, it got exposure. But that's really what, you know, goes on and what it is.
What do you think about West Coast music now? Because I know one time the only way to basically get out on the West was Dre.
Exactly.
And now it seems like it's opened up a little bit.
Yeah, I think everybody worked hard for it. I think everybody put their work in. A lot of people stayed down when it wasn't popular. Me being one of them, you know what I'm saying? I don't think that when I came in, the West was where it is now, but I was distinctly LA.
Well, you just had a bad name, Nipsey, man. You was the man that was always late for video shoots, not coming, not getting on the plane.
Yeah. No, I mean, I had a real situation I was coming out of, you know what I'm saying? Like, and again, like, you know, that ain't no excuse, but you know, like I said, I wasn't doing it in a vacuum. I was doing it from the perspective. I was on the run when I got my deal. I just got out the county jail. You know what I'm saying? I had real issues in the streets. Not that any of that matter, but you know, sometimes that's the gravity that you fighting against. You know what I'm saying?
When I was in LA, when I used to be in LA a few years ago, I used to be like, yo, why Nipsey Hussle ain't popular? And they was like, because he's too hood. So he was too wrapped up in the hood.
I mean, not by choice. You know what I'm saying? But like, I had gave up on rap music. I was cool on it. You know what I'm saying? Like, people came to me and was like, bro, do it. Like, John Shapiro was like, I got a situation for you. And I was like, he set up studio time. He chased me down, like, man, get in the studio, bro. You got, because I devoted myself to it at an early age. And like I talk about, I was in the streets. I had money, I had spots, and I sold all my jewelry, sold my cars, and bought studio equipment and devoted myself to it. And I made a lot of music. Majority of the stuff that was on Bullets Ain't Got No Names 1 and 2, I made before my deal. And we got hit, we got raided. They took all my equipment. My brother went to the pen. I caught a case. And I was just like, you know, I was devoting my energy to positivity. And I felt like, you know, to no avail. Still, we ran into the same roadblocks that I could have been in, you know, in a better position financially. I could have kept grinding and just might have still had the same outcome. So it kind of...
Ain't sell crack.
I mean, crack, that's an old drug, you know. That's like from the 80s.
It's so old school.
Yeah, you know. Nah, but I was like, I'm cool on it, you know. And so the music I done was it still existed. It was still out there. It was still on MySpace. John Shapiro heard it. He came to LA, met with me at the Beverly Center, and was like, man, I could make this happen. And I was skeptical of the industry. I was skeptical of industry people. I was like, yeah, all right, cool. And he was serious, and I didn't recognize how serious he was until he put a deal on the table, and it was a check. And I was like, you know, all right, let's do it.
And I remember he brought you right to me, and I mean, we had you all through the clubs in New York.
No question, early on.
Now, also, well, how do you feel about Kendrick Lamar as far as, you know, the control verse and him being the king? How do you feel about that verse?
I heard the reaction, you know, from the culture, from the people. So whenever you move the people that much, you know what I'm saying, you gotta respect it. I know Kendrick, I'm a fan of him. I know he worked hard for his position. You know what I'm saying? I know he deserved everything he got. I know them dudes come from like a real place. J-Rock, Top Dog, Kendrick, he from Compton, them other dudes from the Nickersons. And so, like, you know, I sagged with them before. I've been on tour with him with Game in 07.
What does that mean?
Just like, you know, like grinding with him, like, you know what I mean? So
sag, I think all y'all got y'all pants hanging down.
Nah, like, you know, sag it out, man.
Right.
Like, grind it, you know? And so to see it take the, you know, blossom like it blossomed, you know, I salute that. I respect it.
How do you feel about him, his representation of the West Coast?
He represent himself, honestly. He's a dude from Compton. So, you know, again, you just got to be true to yourself, I think. You know, you can't try to adjust what you are to what people expect from you, none of that. I think that's when you know you're gonna get slack and it's gonna be fake. He himself, like what you hear in the records, that's what you get when you meet him, when you talk to him. And before he popped, that's how he was. You know what I'm saying? So I respect it that he took it to that height without watering down what his message was.
Right.
Now, why does Complex Magazine hate you, man?
Nah,
They do not what? They don't
They had you
hate
one of
him.
the 10 underachieving
They might have
underachieving
first.
artist list.
Yeah, nah,
that was
nah.
disrespectful. I think.
No,
Yeah,
they
that
don't
list
hate him.
was disrespectful, but that's their platform, so they're entitled to their opinion. And I didn't like lash out. My team saw it, and my team was like, "You see this, Nip?" And I'm like, "Yeah, okay."
Well, the way they did try to describe it is that they feel like they supported you,
Yeah.
and they, really like you as an artist, and they felt like you should be further along, and that's why
Yeah.
they said that.
Yeah, I mean that's one thing. I ain't asked for the support. By the way, I ain't asking to write about me or none of that. That was their choice,
Right.
So again, that's what they got the outlet for. But when I seen the article, it was like I read it and I was like, oh cool, that's how they feel. I never said nothing about it.
You felt like they were being sarcastic.
Yeah, just like again, I spoke to the points that offended me in the article, but I was really just like, how much you get paid? The writer that wrote that. I pay them type of salaries to my employees at my business that got felonies and that can't get jobs. No disrespect. So who's the underachiever? I own my company. I own the asset of this whole industry, which is your masters, your intellectual property. You know what I'm saying? Your publishing. So your metrics and what you gauging as an achievement is actually like a peon or underboss way of looking at it, because like I'm not in it for the fame. Everybody want to be seen and held at the highest regard, obviously, but you can't cash that out. You can't take that to the bank. Well, you can in other ways, but what's the asset? What do the labels do it for? They do it for the ownership. They do it for the catalog, for the mailbox money. And so, I think if you up on what's going on, you will respect that. You wouldn't say a dude underachieving for that.
Yeah, for years I've seen Nipsey Hussle out and about at all kinds of conferences.
Yeah.
I see you move around all the time.
Yeah.
And I was wondering, do you think that labels were a little nervous about your street affiliations, and they're like, okay, we don't know, what's going to happen with him. If we sign him, is he going to go back to jail? Was that ever a real concern, you think, when people were looking at you?
I think like the people that's so far removed from like humanity, because you gotta meet somebody before you come to any conclusion. And some people so successful that they just got layers and they got blocks to where they don't even deal with certain things, you know what I'm saying? So, and again, like when we had issues, on the street level, you had people in offices that was conscious of it and aware of it. And you know what happened with Suge, and you know what happened with Death Row. So I think people might have, overreacted and felt like it was gonna be a similar situation. But again, the game changed. Like, we in control to an extent. We got the internet, we got a global village that we could deliver content to. You know what I'm saying? And it's worldwide. And you could tour and you could sell your merch and you could build businesses. So if you're not stuck on, being a fame junkie and being some type of socialite, you could look at the game for what it is and eat, you know what I'm saying? And build something that rides slowly.
You still move around with Big U?
Yeah, that's my homie, you know what I'm saying? He don't manage me no more, but that's my homeboy. I got respect and love for him.
Absolutely.
Now, what about for your album that you're putting out? What is? I know you're going to put it out in a different kind of way. Also, I'm sure you have a plan.
Yeah, most definitely.
That is not going to be what other people have done in the past.
Yeah.
So, are you willing to share what the plan is with that, or is that something that's still in the works?
Nah, we got the plan. We're gonna do it traditionally through physical retail on iTunes, but then we're gonna do a Proud to Pay campaign like we did with this one, and we're gonna offer it for free. Also, we're gonna offer the album for free. So if you want to download it free, you could. Because it's still gonna be free regardless if I offer it or not. Somebody gonna leak it. It's gonna be available.
You can't stop that.
Nah, so I'm gonna just keep it 100 with the people. It's gonna be free if you don't want to pay for it. If you want to pay for it, we gonna have a Proud to Pay product that go along with it. And if you want to go to iTunes or Best Buy or Target, you could do that too.
Have other artists approached you and said, I kind of want to do something like what you did? So
Most
do you mind if I go ahead and try do a little Proud to Pay campaign as well?
Eminem doing that now.
I was about to say a few artists approached me and then a couple didn't. Like I think MGMT doing something. The management, like the rock band, they doing something. And then Eminem selling his at different price points for like $300 for the deluxe, $50, $200, and so on.
They out there damn mind. I specifically put on Twitter, all right, I salute Nipsey, but if all you other artists try to do that, I'm not paying that much.
A lot
money
of people
for
would
it.
You didn't
say,
even pay that for Nipsey.
No, I
This
didn't.
my dude.
And this my guy.
Man, it's all good.
But I support him, but I'm too cheap to pay
Other
$100
artists were like,
for
man, I wish I'd have thought of that first. I heard people say that.
Yeah, me too.
Who would you pay $100 for?
I did actually recently. We did something with MTV, and I went to the store. They gave me that credit card and was like, "Buy what you would like to buy. Spend $100 on whatever you like to buy, music wise." So I bought Dom Kennedy album, Get Home Safely. That's my homie.
That's your dog. Yeah.
I like what he doing. You know what I'm saying? I'm a fan of him. Also him being my homie. And then I bought Blueprint, the 12-inch Blueprint. I brought Stillmatic. I brought one of the Tupac singles. I couldn't find no album. I bought, I think, What You Do for Love. I bought a Raekwon album. You know what I'm saying? Just rap that I grew up on, influenced by and stuff.
What do you think about music now? Because you're talking about a lot of classic albums and a lot of classic artists.
Yeah.
What do you think about some of these artists now?
I think it's good, man. I think, it's a lot of great music. I don't know if everything that's great is getting seen on the highest platform. Kendrick being like a representation of real hip-hop, being like one of the biggest dudes in the game. I think that's good for the culture. Even Drake, like, he a real rapper. People say what they want to say about him, but he make, he good at rap, you know what I'm saying? So I think he represents the culture. Meek Mill, you know what I'm saying, being a real dude from the streets, succeeding at the level he's succeeding at. So I think it's good. You got a lot of BS also, but we ain't gonna point that out or focus on this. I think it's more creativity and good stuff coming to the, rising to the surface right now. So, it's exciting.
Aren't you African?
Yeah, my dad from Africa, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he from East Africa, a country called Eritrea.
What?
Eritrea, it's next door to Sudan,
okay.
Ethiopia. It borders the Red Sea, all that.
Have you been back there?
Yeah, when I was 18, actually, I went for 3 months, and it was cool. At first, I was ready to go home. So
You went there for what? As I had to get low, try to go, or you just went to visit?
Not even. I was good at that point, but my granny that I had never met, my aunties, my cousins, I never met any of my pop's family. My pops was the only one in our family that was in America, so I was raised by my mom's side, and then my pops played his role, but we went out there to meet her because she was sick, and I ended up spending 90 days out there, and it changed my life. It changed my perspective on a lot of things, especially more than anything, my respect for women, because I was raised in a area where, what I'm saying?
Bitches ain't but hoes and tricks.
Yeah, that part, you know what I'm saying? But I went back home and I had a totally different experience, and I came in the house and they had food ready for me, and they wouldn't let me lift my hand to do no work. And they was like, literally, when I came in to eat, they washed my hands for me. You know what I'm saying? And so I felt obligated to, do my part as a man. Like, can't nobody disrespect my cousins. Can't nobody, they don't got to do no labor, no hard labor that men supposed to do. And it just like made me aware of the dynamic of a real family relationship.
Right.
We come from broken homes and all that. So.
And you have to make these American women be more domesticated like them African women.
I mean,
And then men got to handle their responsibilities.
that part
like they
too.
do theirs.
Yeah.
Here comes Charlamagne. Go ahead, Charlamagne. Say what else you want to
I'm
say.
just saying, I ain't never had no girl wash my hands for me.
Nah, but
That's
if you
all.
go back, you will, and you'll be like, all right, well, I ain't got no problem. If you need something, you got it. It's cool, or whatever. You like she said, you'll understand your role a little better. Not you per se, but just
I like tricking.
I can
That's what
see.
we talking about?
Yeah.
I don't mind a little. I don't mind.
Now, last
it
week
ain't
he went
tricking
to
if she
DC Howard Homecoming. He put some money on a girl's books.
I retweeted a tweet he put. He like, I ain't buying no $100 album. And 2 lines later, he was like, I just tipped $100. I'm drunk. You know what I'm saying?
Y'all know me. Hold on now. You know me. You know I had to be drunk.
Charlamagne is so cheap.
Yes, I
Charlamagne
am.
don't even pay his part, so that's cool though.
No question.
Now, why the Malcolm X chain? A lot of rappers have their own face. Shout out to Ross or something else. Why Malcolm X?
This was a gift. My brother gave me this. He made this before we had any rap situations and all that. And he gave it to him. He went to the pen and he was just like, you can have that.
He was a jeweler?
No, he bought it and got it. He designed it himself.
Oh,
But
gotcha.
he brought the idea to the jeweler and made the mold and then put it together. And my brother type like,
So Malcolm X means nothing to you.
I'm not gonna take the credit for making it. I didn't make it, but I wouldn't wear it if it didn't mean something to me. I respect
Gotcha.
what he represented. I respect, the any means necessary philosophy. I respect his transition from being a street dude to being somebody that had discipline and stood up for a cause that was real at the time and still real. And I just think he was a outside of like the racial thing. I thought he was a real man. You know what I'm saying? So I respect that part of it.
Dope.
Yeah.
So what does it take for Nipsey Hussle to finally get his just due?
I mean, we eating good, so fame and attention. I think that we gonna continue to rise. I think that we gonna keep making moves and we gonna be good. But I ain't in the fame race. You know what I mean? Like I'm more so concerned with owning my situation first, and then making that as big as I can make it. So if you look at like Birdman, even Jay, you look at like artists that in control, they had to go the long way. They had to take the stairs. You know what I'm saying? And you deal with turbulence and stuff, but you know, I think I could do what I do with the best of them in the game. I just had to set my situation up the right way and build
That's
my
great.
foundation.
Because a lot of artists are content just being artists, and right now you have to be multifaceted and be able to handle your business. Some
No
people don't have
question.
their business correct.
No question. You know, and that's what's important to me, because a lot of these dudes, you know, at the end of their career, it'd be hard for them, and they still famous. You can't cut the lights off. Your face known. And if you don't handle your business right, you walk through the mall, you're going to be disrespected. You know, your baby mama getting at you foul. It's bad for a lot of people that, you know, didn't handle their situation right, was getting drunk every day, partying, and just feeling the moment.
Right.
And not to say we don't do that, but, you know, I just think, you know, like attention and fame is a crazy thing. You got to be conscious of, like, the expectations. Like, you can't ever fall off, in my opinion. You know what I mean? It look bad.
Are you in the game, Cool?
That's my homie, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's my homie. I just did 2 records on his mixtape. Okay. Yeah, that's my homie.
I'd be wondering, because, you know, you blue, he red. I'd be wondering if y'all can even...
Man, we grown. We gonna do what we want, man. If like, this the thing they don't know about LA. You only got rules if you're not respected. Like, you can wear what you want if they know your pedigree already. What color? You can bring a enemy to your hood. He with me. He's straight. Whoever he is, he with me. He good. So vice versa. Unless you're not respected in your area, then, you know, people gonna prey on you and you gonna get treated how you get treated. But if they know your resume and you solid, then you can do what you want, as long as you ain't violating and overly, you know what I mean, disrespecting what's going on. But, you know, everybody in LA, if you a Crip got a blood they cool with, they get money with, or another Crip that they hood beefing with that they cool with, they get money with, or else they living in a box, you know what I'm saying? They not really, they at like a level 1 level, you know what I mean, in the situation.
You ever have to G-check any rappers? Because, you know, every rapper seems to have some type of affiliation, or claim to have some type of affiliation.
Man, it's crazy. Nah, we ain't never had no problems with no rappers, honestly. You know, you might have to, like, straighten somebody out. You know, I ain't never had to put hands on nobody, no rappers, you know.
But I'm saying, you see somebody throwing up a C or something, you're like, oh, you really Crip or whatever?
I think they more so do it to try to, like, Nip, what up? Like, you know what I'm saying? All right, bro, cool.
Some people don't understand how serious it is either.
Yeah. You know, you hear a lot of rappers cousin and blood in their records, but, you know, it's a difference between doing it, you know, on record and being from the lifestyle. And so we already know who the real ones is. You know what I'm saying?
Well, we appreciate you joining us today.
Nah, thank you.
And you better come back up here, man. It took you too long to come up here, man.
No, man. I needed a reason, though. We was working for a long time, so I think it makes sense now.
That's the whole point. The more you come up here, we know you got a project out. That's what we want.
No question. Thank y'all for having me.
All right, it's The Breakfast Club. It's Nipsey Hussle.
Yeah.
Real people, real celebrities, real talk.
Join the Breakfast Club.
Blast off in your
Weekday morning, 6 to 10.
Hey, check it out. This is Eminem, and the streets is watching.
We know trauma in the homie.
Wait, it's finally over. The affiliates have taken over the wheel. Right here on The Streets is Watching on Shade 45.
88 Shade 45 Friday night. The gang's all here. We got family in the building.
Yeah.
I told you, we done been around the world a couple times, you know, but this time it felt like that final lap, that what they call that victory lap.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Nip is here. Nipsey Hussle, what's up?
John, what's the deal, man? Back in Main Streets, back at the house, man.
Yeah, it's good to have you back at the crib.
Thank you, man. Always good to be in the A.
Let's talk about your history, you know, just with Main Streets and coming here. And
yeah,
I remember we did might have been 2014. We did a listening party here.
Yeah, for sure. Maybe it was 14.
At the latest 15.
Yeah, I think maybe end of 14, 15.
End of 14, early 15.
Yeah, nah, but you know, this was my home in the A, man. Y'all was still building it, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's all the way complete. It looked like, you know, we in Beverly Hills somewhere in this motherfucker. Nah, it's dope though, man. I caught a good vibe in here. You know what I mean? Was in that back room working for months. Y'all always rolled the carpet out for me and just, you know, made me feel like fam every time I came to Atlanta. So,
for sure.
You know, it's always love.
You know, you being in Main Streets and everything, you know, I have to say that around that same time, maybe go back a year earlier, you know, I was lucky enough while I was in LA to walk into a volcano.
Yeah.
We ran into each other.
Yeah.
And, you know, we've always had some history, good history,
yeah,
and what have you. And we were just talking about projects and everything. You told me about this project that you were about to do. And I don't know if I suggested it or you suggested it, but we came about like, yo, let's do a tape.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and you were already in motion.
Yeah.
And you know, I was blessed enough to be a part of what I feel like was gonna be history, with or without me. You know what I'm saying? I'm speaking about Crenshaw.
Yeah, nah. You know, the convo, it was by chance. We just was in the same restaurant, and I hadn't even really committed to what I was gonna do with that music yet. I was really so-called working on my album at that time.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, I always wanted to do a Gangsta Grills. I always felt like every iconic artist, especially that came from the streets, at some point in they path needed that stamp. And you know what I mean? Just coming from the mixtape game, I'm like, I had always done, you know, unbranded mixtapes, and I ain't really ever lock in with a DJ. And so we ran into each other. We just started talking, and you know, you were just like, Nip, you know what I mean? You know, people fuck with you and they love you. You just gotta make sure your next move is it impact. So we was like, I can't remember who suggested it neither. It might have been me, might have been you, but we ended up saying, let's do it together. And you know, that shit was epic, man. I listened to the version that don't have you on it, and it ain't the same, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Like the one that's just on iTunes, I like the one that you talked through it, and it just gave it the personality, and like it brought the concept all the way home too. You know what I mean?
That's one of those tapes for me that's like one of the new classics. You know, a lot of people always think about Gangsta Grills, and you know, they take it back to like Wayne and Jeezy and Tip, and you know, the golden era of it.
Exactly.
You know, that Crenshaw tape is one of those ones.
I agree, man.
Yeah,
I agree. You know what I'm saying? I was fortunate. I know you had done tapes with like Terrence Martin before and Problem, but just being one of the few West Coast artists that you locked in
That's
with.
probably number one on the West Coast.
Yeah, love, man. That's love. And I just remember that moment, man. We did the pop-up shop at Fly Kicks and all that, and that really helped my footprint in Atlanta too. Just, you know what I mean, having that project with you and you being so strong out here. That was really, really important to my career. You know what I mean? So I appreciate you being a part of that, man.
Let's stay on that. You know, you've been moving around for the last few years, you know, with your own campaign.
Yeah.
You know, and it's very reminiscent of those who have been independent at times. You know, the Tech Nines and the Master P's and so forth. That, you know, with your mixtape / albums, clothing line and everything, and you know, everywhere you go, regardless of who is involved, no radio station, no label, no nothing, you know, you'll command a crowd, and you know, it'll be lines down the block for people coming to see you, and you know, meet and greets and everything. Just talk about that and how important that's been for somebody like you, and you know, just the difference in what you've been doing as compared to, you know, what some other artists may rely on certain things that you don't need to rely on.
Right. I think that every artist got they element or they ingredient that they lead with. So I think that some artists is really, really strong at making club records or radio records. Some artists is really, really, the fans are interested in their story, so the albums really do well or their projects do well. I think in my case, you know, I realized when I left Epic early on, I had to deal with Epic, that I wasn't gonna have the strong publicity campaign that having the relationships with the publicists bring you, or the strong access to radio that being on a major label. You still gotta make them records, but you got a team to work your records, and you got a bag to support the records. So I was just like, you know, what other value do I have? And it was just like my story. You know, I always knew that, you know, even before hip-hop got a whiff of me, I was a unique individual, and we made a lot of hard decisions that's honorable. And I was like, if I just go into that narrative and really, really talk about it, I'm sure people gonna connect to just the ambition and the, you know, dedication and just what really happened. So I always try to lead with that and make it between myself and the people. And you know, one of the slogans we was campaigning was "fuck the middleman." When I say that, I was just talking about everything between artists and people. I considered the middleman when I was just completely outside of the system. Right. It was just about them ears that was listening, and then the message that I was giving. And to your point of people showing up and, you know, standing outside and just lining up, I think it was because we humans, you know what I mean? And you know, like sometimes if you say the right thing or you strike the right chord with people, the politics become irrelevant. You like, I'm gonna support this person and I'm gonna get behind this, you know. And I think in my case, that's what we saw. You know what I mean?
Bro.
Yeah.
How long you feel like you've been working on this album on Victory Lap?
Man, when I had this room right here rented out, bro. Oh, I might have been 14 into 15.
15.
So what? We in 2018. So at least 5 years. You know.
How many records did you go through?
I dropped 2 mixtapes. I dropped Slauson Boy 2, and I dropped Mailbox Money.
Yep.
And all of them records was made for the album. I was mentally in Victory Lap mode when we was recording. You know, I was playing records for you, for Cannon, for Lake. He was giving me feedback on a lot of them records that ended up coming out on the mixtapes. So I would say probably 70 records maybe, if I be humble.
So this body of work that we now have as Victory Lap, you know, are the majority of these songs that you've been working on for that period of time, or newer versions? And
so you got records like Dedication.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell y'all some shit. People love the record and I love the record. I did Dedication the second week after Crenshaw came out.
Wow.
The hook and the first verse. Kendrick didn't get on until we was mixing.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? I had 2 other verses on that song that I was like, you know, I could come stronger. So I took them 2 verses off. I left the first verse, and then I did what's now the third verse. And then my producer sent it to Kendrick, and he jumped on it. So that was a record done in 2014.
Wow.
And then we got a record on there called Real Big. That was done 2014. You know, right after Crenshaw came out. Right Hand to God was done in that same time frame. And then those are probably the oldest records on the album.
Okay.
So from that point, as I recorded, I would just, you know, I had convos with certain executives that gave me dope insight on how they look at albums and what they consider the standard for a song that goes on the album and a song that doesn't. I listened to Quincy Jones interviews. I was listening to how they made Thriller and how they had like 10 songs about to mix, and he listened back and was like, what's the weakest 3? And they got rid of them, and because they got rid of them 3, they got PYT, and they got like 2 other like monster records that you probably can't believe wasn't on the first round of the album. So I was just real critical on the bar. And as I made records, I might make 5 or 6 records and say, out of these 5, only really 1 is a great record, and I'll put that in the cut, you know, for the album. I made Blue Laces 2 recently, you know, close to the end of the process.
Okay.
I made the actual Victory Lap title track, which is one of my favorite songs on there.
Crazy.
Like end of 15, you know, and just the way the music sounded on that was my standard. I'm like, I want the album to be musically on this level.
Gotcha.
With the you know, the extra instruments in there, and just the way the beat changes throughout the song, and it's kind of reacting to what I'm saying musically.
Transitions in the song.
Yeah.
We were talking about it the other day. What's Puff's title on the album? Sonic.
I made some titles up for my nigga, man. Yeah.
What's Puff's title?
I made him executive composer.
Yeah.
And then
something else.
head of Sonic composition, I think. Something like that.
Can you explain that to me?
Yeah, so basically, you know, it's kind of hard to say, you know, exactly what Puff did, because he I mean, outside of adding production.
Okay.
But you know, when somebody listens to an album with the ear that Puff got and the experience in making, you know, platinum and classic records,
right?
You know, I look at that as like, I don't know if there's a title for that, but it's valuable. You know what I mean? Because you gotta first of all give your attention to the music, and then you gotta listen critically, and then, you know, I look at it as kind of like conducting.
Yep, orchestra.
You know what I'm saying? You not necessarily got your hands on the instruments, but you are in control of the final product.
Okay, like what do you feel like Puff's biggest jewel to the album?
All right, so Puff, one of the things he said was with rap niggas, right?
Yep.
We brought him rap niggas early.
Before we got it.
Before y'all ever heard it, right?
Got you.
When I say y'all, the public.
Yep.
And I was pumped. I'm like, Puff, I want you to put the mink on. We gonna do like you and Nas and Hate Me Now. We gonna have fire and shit in the video. He like, yeah, that shit tight, bro, but it's missing something. And that deflated us, because we was pumped up about the record. He like, listen, I'm gonna tell you something. He pulled up Natural Born Killers by Ice Cube and Dre. And our song was mixed and mastered. He played that, it was 10 times louder. It was just more, just violent sounding, right? And, you know, he like, I see what you trying to do with this record. You got to get it. This is your standard. So your shit knocking like this, it ain't what it's not serving its purpose. So we went back in, and basically there was a synth lead, right? We was trying to arrange this song like a song. So the synth lead would come in at the hook, and it would go out during the verses. We like, fuck that, man. It's a West Coast anthem to begin with. It's gonna start on the West. Let the synth play the whole song. Then we called Mars and 1500 and Lawrence and Brody Brown in, and they just added energy on top of it. I played the Natural Born Killers record. I'm like, we gotta equal or pass this energy on this one, and it took the record to the next level. We thought we was done with it, and then in addition to that, it was other songs on the album. Puff like, take these off.
Okay.
He like, you gonna have he said some real shit. He like, Nip,
so
you got
the album was gonna be longer.
It was gonna be longer.
Got you.
He like, Nip, you got a classic album.
Right.
He like, niggas, like a lot of legends don't got classic albums, bro. He like, you know what I mean? I don't just be throwing that word around. He like, I've been riding to it in the Maybach. I've been listening to it bar for bar. He like, you got a classic album. Take a couple of these songs off, and it's gonna stand up. And so we took a few songs off. And he called in Scott Storch, he called in Mario Winans, and we added extra music to a lot of the records also. And we just vibed. Like, we called people into the studio, played it for people. He went back in with Ali.
I saw those sessions.
Yeah. And he basically sat with Ali on the second round of mixing.
Okay.
And was just like, let's maximize what's going on here. So it's a lot, man. And then he got on the gram and started, talking about it. And he got his camera crew involved.
He chose young niggas to get on.
Oh yeah, that's another thing he did. So I wanted him to get on rap niggas.
Got you.
He heard young niggas like, this the one, bro. I'm hopping on this one.
Got you.
And he went in the booth on the spot and was he just knocked it out. And at first I thought he was just ad-libbing, right? But when I listened back, he's actually responding to what I'm saying. So if you really listen to that song, he responded to my lines, you know what I mean? And yeah, that was his contribution. And then he started helping to market it.
I feel like your peers and just like people in general, whether it's Puff, LeBron, Michael B. Jordan, like, you really got to talk right now, you know what I'm saying? So it's, amongst, all the other artists that I've heard you talk about, have reached out to you or been riding to and listening to your music and support and everything. Let's talk about that a little bit. Like, how's that feel to like have this moment?
What's crazy is that it's always strange to me that, the power of influencing influential people. Even from when Jay bought the albums, I see how powerful of an influencer Jay is. You know what I mean? And to be somebody that inspires or has an influence over they, taste or what they doing. I seen Michael B. Jordan working out to the album. I seen LeBron tweeting it. You know what I mean? Scarface tweeted it.
Wow.
Scarface hit me and said, brilliant work.
That's crazy.
You know what I'm saying? He's a prolific writer.
For sure.
Outside of just being a rapper icon, he's a prolific writer. Styles P hit me and was like, this sound like verbal soul food, Hussle. Like, certain ways niggas been describing it.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
That's a bar in itself.
That's a bar. Styles, you know what I'm saying? The locks. Jada Kiss had a real convo
That's the
with
name
me.
of a song y'all gotta do.
Yeah, for sure. And so I was just humbled by it, man, because that was my intention. I was like, I've been respected as this dude is authentic. He from LA. He from the cloth of a real LA person from the streets. He represent a real tribe. He's respected amongst his community. But I wanted to make a music statement with this album. That's why it took so long also, because at the end of the day, we do music. That's what the whole thing is about, is the music. So I appreciated all the respect and love I got, but I was like, man, they gotta respect my music.
For sure.
And I need people to understand I'm passionate about making next level music, and I'm capable of it. And so to see the feedback from my music peers, and then even people like LeBron, that, LeBron from the streets, really. Right. He come from the gutter. Go ahead, not to cut you off.
I was gonna say, I feel like people been rooting for you for a long time. So for you to deliver and to do the album, it gave a lot of people, like, I told you, moments. You know what I'm saying? Like, I told you he was that guy.
No question.
Everybody, like you said, you was cut from the cloth. So you had a lot of fans from there and off of the music you've already dropped. So it's like, okay, when Victory Lap came, it's like, everybody really was able to go around the go around the track and be like, Nipsey did it.
Yeah. That part, man.
You know what I mean?
I feel like that. I'm like, man, when the fuck am I gonna get this album out?
I mean, and I'd say the rollout was quite impressive.
Thank you.
Shout out to my man Dallas Martin when he told me, you know, how it was going to be rolled out, and you know, All Star Weekend was a great time, and what have you, and you know, just talk about Atlantic. Like, you know, I'm sure you had a lot of labels that, you know, came to you and everything, and you came from another label situation. What was it about, you know, that system, or you know, what was it to even come back into a system that you decided to do the partnership?
I mean, really, it boiled down to just the convos we had, but then outside of that, you know, I saw what happened when I was at Def Jam, and obviously Craig been at Atlantic his whole time, but just Julian Kaiser, what they was able to do with Rockefeller, Rough Riders, Murder Inc., and then at Atlantic, Grand Hussle as a venture, you know what I mean, what y'all done over there, you know what I mean, as Generation Now, and just, you know, being in that building, what they did with, you know, Wiz, and what they did with, you know, Bruno, just being able to take, and obviously it's a team effort, you can't get a label all the credit, but being able to meet the artists halfway and take them to like household names, they had a strong track record, you know, I done my forensics on all of them, and you know, I respected their commitment to the artist and to the music. I love how they roll with T.I. Through his drama. No pun intended. You know what I'm saying? And
I was there for that.
Yeah, you know, that's honorable, man. You don't see that. And so, you know, I don't think people stick around 20 years unless they thorough. You know, as long as Julie been in the game, Kaiser been in the game, Craig had a venture first up there, and he turned that into became an executive. Even before that, just I met in all the Aretha Franklin legacy and the, you know, Ray Charles legacy, and that's like an iconic label to be involved in. So we had discussions early on, and I was like, you know, this is the structure I want, and they was like, yeah, well, you gotta keep working for that. And so I just kept working, and at a time, you know, it became something I could justify, and it made sense to them, so we locked in.
The Marathon store.
Yeah.
It's quite impressive, I must say. It's right in the hood.
Crenshaw and Slauson. Yeah.
Right at Crenshaw and Slauson.
Yeah.
And it's quite technologically advanced.
Yeah.
For those who've never been there, tell them about the Marathon store.
Yeah, so the technology side of it is a smart store. So basically what that means in layman terms is that all the content is encoded. So if anybody had a Crenshaw shirt, it'll have a Marathon logo on the back. We got an app, you could download the app, and you can stream content off the app onto your phone. And so the potential to innovate in that space, we haven't tapped into it yet. But in theory, you know how you drop an exclusive window for like a streaming platform? Let's say I got a big record, or me and Drum got this crazy project we did, and it's gonna go to iTunes, Spotify, Tidal on the 14th. From the 7th to the 14th, we can make it exclusive at my store. So the only way you could experience the product is if you have the Marathon app and you buy a product, you can stream it. Whether it's a documentary, a mixtape, and you know, obviously it's gonna be, we had to be creative with ways to, you know what I mean, activate the technology, but it's a smart store. So all of the, you could go in your dirty clothes.
It's crazy.
Yeah, you can grab a shirt out your dirty clothes hamper. I could put, when I blast out, hey y'all, anybody that got a Marathon product, I just put some new content up. And instead of it being on WorldStar or on any one of the digital platforms, it's actually on your product. And so that's just a new idea. I saw the NBA gravitate toward that after they got they jerseys now that you can actually stream content off.
You had it first though.
Of course. Yeah, check the files. We came out June 16th, 2017. You feel me? So yeah.
And people come from all over, like the world, to come to the store. Like,
we get all type of tourism.
I seen some Japanese tourists there last time I was there.
Yeah, Australian people, you know, people from Europe, Africa, all types of people.
Now most people would have probably went to Fairfax with it.
Yeah, we talked about it, but that parking lot in that corner in specific has you know, a sentimental connection to the story.
Okay.
And also, it's just, we got a really strong clientele for just being there for years, to where we was going to have to build from scratch if we went to Fairfax.
Got you.
We was also going to be standing on the shoulders of Supreme and of Diamond and what they built.
Got you.
Which would be cool. We'll be affiliated with streetwear movement, but we didn't build that. We built the whole economy on Crenshaw and Slauson. So we a little bit more indigenous to that traffic. We wouldn't be short stopping somebody else walk up. You know what I mean?
How important is the neighborhood to who you are in your career?
Man, I was talking to people, my team a couple weeks ago, and I was just like, they was like, yeah, you do a lot for the community. But I'm like, it can look like that, but you got to remember that I used to sell my mixtapes out the trunk on Crenshaw and Slauson. So who you think was buying my mixtapes first? You feel me? Who was giving me $5 for my music and saying it's tight, bro, or that shit trash, Hussle, rethink it, come again. It was my homies. It was the people in the area, the aunties and, the local residents. So it was real important to be able to give young people jobs that's fresh out of prison and on parole. And they don't really want to be in no uncomfortable environment. They rather be in their area, dealing with they people they've been growing up around. But, we got 15, 16 employees, and steadily growing. Even the police, man, that used to be a corner known for robbery.
Right.
It's a lot of bus stops on that corner. People from all over the city getting off the bus to transfer buses right there. And it used to be a robbery intersection. It ain't none of that no more. And it ain't because we telling niggas what to do.
Right.
But it's because everybody feels a part of the upward mobility of that corner. And they like, nah, we ain't, they coming to support. You better not rob nobody right here, bro. They about to spend more than you gonna take. You know what I mean? And they gonna go into their city wearing the Crenshaw or the Marathon shit and represent our community. So it mean a lot, man. More so than I could anticipate after I've seen it in action.
Got you.
I wasn't even aware that it was gonna be this impactful,
I saw some footage that happened outside the Marathon store. Looked like somebody was catching a fade.
Yeah.
But it looked a little organized, if I might say so myself.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, I mean, we go ahead.
Nah, go ahead.
Nah, so on January 19th, YG and I, we debuted our single that's on the album last time I checked, and the video at the store.
Fire.
Yeah, thank you. And we had the food trucks out. We invited, it was like an open pull-up. Anybody in the city that wanted to come show love could. And, a fight broke out in the middle of this thing. Regular shit that take place.
Right.
It was just 50 cameras out there that day. So it looked like
always. Cell phones.
Yeah, it looked like a big old issue, but I just heard the commotion, ran outside and was just trying to stop it. And whoever was on the ground helped him get up and all that. And, TMZ gonna cover all the bullshit. But they was honest. They said Nip tries to break the fight up.
Yeah.
So that was cool.
Right.
But, nobody got really seriously injured. Afterward, I walked dude to the car who ended up, kind of busted up. And, he like, nah, I'm good, bro. I came to show love. I'm your biggest fan. I'm buying 2 of the albums. He showed me his phone. I pre-ordered the album already, Nip. So, it was just regular liquor mixed with, bumping into each other and stepping on shoes. It was a line outside, so just regular shit.
Speaking about TMZ too, what do you think about, All-Star Weekend just happened. Tekashi 6ix9ine's making a lot of headlines. His trip to LA and, not being touched and, kind of, playing with the streets somewhat. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, I wouldn't speak on nobody specifically because I don't want the headline to be Nipsey Hussle's take on so-and-so or the next person. But just what you said about playing with the streets, I wouldn't suggest it. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't play with Atlanta. I wouldn't play with New York. I wouldn't play with Louisiana. I wouldn't play with any streets, Baltimore, D.C. I wouldn't play with it because it's real individuals everywhere. And if you disrespect somebody's home, they're gonna feel you forced their hand anywhere, not just LA. So when I come to Atlanta, I show respect and I tap in, not out of like friendly extortion, but out of I'm from LA. I'm not in my hometown. I got my jewelry on. You feel me? I might be a victim if I don't walk and tread the right type of way. You feel me? Much as we secure, you know what I mean? You're not bigger than the program. So when I go to New York, I tap in and make sure my communication is respectful. And when people come to LA, if they got the relationship with us, they don't ask for permission. They be like, bro, I'm in town. Cool, bro. Whatever you need, holler in. It's all love. So I would just say, man, be careful. This is the social networking era, and you can let the internet get the best of you.
For sure.
And then end up in a real life situation. You know what I mean? We seen people situations play out on camera recently, you know what I mean? and they dealing with real life consequences because of that. So I just be like, man, keep it respectful, get your money, man. You in a position to get money. Because when you go to jail and you realize you fucked off your play and you ain't got no bail and you missed 4-5 years of your prime time, you're gonna be like, it wasn't worth it. Whatever little sensation or attention you got, it doesn't balance out, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying?
Cannon, what's the name of the song you and Jay Lyrical did?
Hustle's in the house.
What year was that?
Like 2007, 8.
That's one of my classics too, man. You know what I'm saying? That's one of my classics.
Man.
Yeah.
Call him Jay Lyrical, Detroit Red. You mean?
Yeah.
That was
that's his first name?
That was his rap name.
Yeah. I remember we had a convo about Detroit Red.
Yeah,
last time I was out here. Yeah. Nah, that's one of I that was a record I fought for too, because an artist from New York named Shice Bubs.
Shice Bubs,
from Harlem. He had that record.
Yep, Shice. Yep.
Imagine he was in that room recording, right? Just hypothetically in New York, and we in here, and you hear it out the side of your ear. You like, this shit crazy. I hope this nigga don't finish this song. I hope he sleep on this beat. So I'm waiting like 2-3 hours, and he went home. I'm like, bro, what you doing with that? I ain't doing shit. You can have it. And I went in and did Hussle in the house.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy. We slid that to 50 too.
Yeah,
he picked another one instead of that one. But that was cool.
50 slept, man. Now that was dope, man. Thank you.
Were there other albums? I know you mentioned Thriller. Were there other albums that you kept in mind or compared, Victory Lap to, or what you wanted it to be? In the hip hop terms.
Yeah, I think that. When I compare it, I mean in intention, not in the aesthetic or the way it sound, right? But when I think of The Fix from Scarface, right, it was like a really pure album. You ain't hear too much radio, like reaching for radio, you just heard Face in his bag on that album. I think of like even again, I don't mean the message or the way it came out, but just in terms of purity of intention. Remember that Common album that Kanye did?
Yeah, it was B.
That was to me. That was pure Common. It wasn't. It was just like conceptual.
That was a shorter album too.
Yeah, it was short. It was like 10, 11 songs. It wasn't nothing I'd take off of there. You know what I mean? Or when I think of Teflon Don from Rose, you know what I'm saying? It's like it ain't no hell of a fluff on them albums. It's just like it's each record is so powerful that you don't even realize there's only 11 songs on there. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't no hell of a lot of filler. I don't think it's too much of none on there. Blueprint with Jay, not to say that I would compare my album to any one of them. I'm just saying in terms of the intention when you listen to it, it's just like, you just got what they was really good at across 14, 12, 11 tracks. So when I listen to Victory Lap, I don't really hear the record where you be like, he was trying to, do this on. It's like, nah, he really telling his story on all these songs. Even each verse, if I really think about each verse on the album, it's individual value to me in each one of them verses. So yeah, I would say in terms of hip hop albums, those 3 or 4 that I named.
Does Jay have a favorite song?
I don't know. I ain't talked to Jay about the feedback. Well, I ain't gonna go on the interview and say that. I don't want niggas to be like, I ain't telling them nothing no more. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Nah, but I ain't got no direct feedback yet. So we'll see what the feedback is. But it was a kind of like a head nod, like it's gonna make a strong impact by the way the rollout's looking. You know what I'm saying? So I'll be curious to see what his favorite. We sampled one of his records for Hussle and Motivate.
I heard you talk about that too, or just about getting permission from the sample. Or Jay made a deal when he originally sampled it.
This is what my team told me.
Okay.
I wasn't doing the paperwork.
Got you.
You feel me? So I don't.
And you sampled Hard Knock Life.
Yeah, so we sampled Hard Knock Life, which originally sampled It's a Hard Knock Life.
Yeah.
That was from the
Annie soundtrack.
From the Annie soundtrack. And when we did the paperwork, one of my business partners, Steve-O, y'all know Steve-O.
Of course.
He was like, yeah, Jay signed off on it. I'm like, oh, that's dope. What about Annie? The people that it was crazy, Nip, is that when Jay cleared it originally, he made it to where after he cleared it, it could be used by any other hip hop artist in the future. So we only needed whatever the word, a release or a sign off from Jay. And his sign off, I guess. Well, I don't want to missay this, but it was structured to where it was good for hip hop artists to use.
That's fire.
That sample, yeah. So that was something that I thought was like, man, you know, this dude was thinking ahead of the curve way back then. You know?
That's fire.
Yeah.
Is that the video that they took the Brinks truck? That they
yeah, that's Hussle and Motivate. Yeah, the police.
Yeah. What happened?
Man, you know, we got a long storied history with the 77th Street Police Department in L.A.
I saw that logo on the side.
Yeah, man. You know, I think that they feel like it's a failure for them if we succeed to a degree. I don't know. I could be wrong.
Yeah, they show up to a lot of your videos now that I think about it.
Yeah, and just, you know what I mean? Like, none of us on probation. None of us on parole no more. We pay a lot of taxes.
Right.
We employ a lot of people in the area. You know, we are responsible for, I'm sure, this corner being a lot less crime-ridden. You know, we pay rent on 4 different units on Crenshaw and Slauson, you know.
Upstanding citizens.
Of course. You know, so they just, whenever they get a chance to, if I'm parked in a handicap, they gonna take my car. They gonna tow the Maybach if it's parked in a handicap. And knowing I'm paying rent at 4 of these spaces, you know, so it's cool. We went and got it. They towed it. It was at the store overnight. We had an event at the strip club.
Got you.
So all the homies, you know, we was all in the Victory Lap shirts. We hopped in the back of the Brinks truck and pulled up to the strip club with the bags and hopped out the back of the truck just to like put on for the city. It was All-Star Weekend. And the night after that, we parked it on Crenshaw and Slauson. I started getting calls by everybody in the hood like, bro, the police are here towing the Brinks truck. Yeah, I'm just like, man, you know what I'm saying? Why? Why are you towing the Brinks truck? Like, what's the threat of this truck being parked right here? It was wrapped, it had the logos on it. It was like some fun shit to just, you know, celebrate the album coming out. And you know, I went online and just did a competition. Anybody go to the tow yard, take a picture next to the Brinks truck, we gonna pick somebody and give you all money and change.
That's
so
fire.
It was 400 niggas outside of that taking pictures. They got mad. They moving on the inside of the gate.
For sure.
Yeah, you know, we laughed it off though. We didn't take it too serious.
Shout to the missus in the video.
Yeah, Bug been making cameos in all my videos, man. You know what I'm saying? She been making my shit go viral.
How does it, like, do you bring, after you do a song or you record, where you say, yo, babe, check this one out, and then?
I mean, I more so play the album.
Okay.
As the album, or sometimes she'd be in the studio.
All right.
And she won't say nothing if she don't like it. And if she feel it, she'll say something. So I know if she don't say nothing, she ain't really fucking with it. Yeah, but the one she do like, she'll speak on. Like, she like the one with Puff a lot. She called that one early. She like this shit hard right here. She like rap niggas. You know what I mean? Them was the 2 that she really spoke on, you know. But she really liked the album, you know what I mean? And when I played, we just rolled around, I played it top to bottom. She was like, you know, this shit is a clear elevation from what you've been doing. Not to say your shit wasn't tight, but like you gonna wake a lot of people up. And just for the video concepts, she wanted to be in Last Time I Checked before she seen the video. She like, this shit gonna be hard, you know, but I put her in Rap Niggas and then put her in Hussle and Motivate.
Whose idea was it to split blue and red on the sides? That was crazy.
So, all right, I'm gonna tell you about that. You ever seen a Nas and R. Kelly video? Did you ever think that you would get this red?
Of course.
So they was in an all red room with 3 red Rolls Royces, old schools, and they all had on red. So I wanted the performance scene to look like that, but I wanted my side to be blue.
Got you.
I wanted YG's side to be red.
I got you.
So I just told that to the creative team, and they was like, we could build that, and they put it together. And I was like, this shit better than I expected. You know what I'm saying? That shit was crazy, you know? Crazy. And so he had the black Lambo on the red side, we had the white Lambo on the blue side. And just visually, I ain't never really did a visual build. It always been local in my hood. Right. And it was like, you know, the value of the video was that, it was on the block, it's authentic LA, which is tight, but I wanted to do something like a visual production. So that was our goal with that one.
Yeah, I freaked that.
Yeah, thank you.
You know what I mean? Could you rate your projects, like if you had to put them in an order?
Yeah, I could. I think Victory Lap's my best project.
Okay.
I do. You know what I mean? Because I made this as a reaction to what I observed from my other ones. I really just, before I got into it, I went through all of my projects and was like, what can I perform off of these?
Okay.
Which one's really connected? And off like Bullets 1, I got a record called It's Hard Out Here. I got, it's a lot of jack beats on there, but the one I'm speaking about is really about my life. It's about some shit I went through. My mom's getting kicked out the house early, you know what I mean? My step-pops, it's like real biographical music. And then on Bullets, I Ain't Got No Name 2, Hussle in the House stood up. A couple of the records on there stood up. And if you think about rap niggas got the same energy as Hussle in the House. You know what I'm saying? You think about young nigga, it's autobiographical, like Hard Out Here on Volume 1. Then you think about Volume 3, Bullets Ain't Got No Names. I got certain records, you know, a song called Rap Music. It's again talking about, you know, my life. I could really reference what inspired the verse, like where I was at the day, the year, you know what I mean? So I was like, damn, the songs that really stood out and stood the test of time was the ones that connected to a real life narrative. So I'm like, that's what I'm gonna zero in on this album. And then just the energies of records that work. Hussle in the House worked for me. Then like the Marathon, Blue Laces worked. Keys to the City worked. So when I think about an order, I said that to say the mindset of what I was thinking when I made Victory Lap.
Got you.
I was like, why have they connected to me? What songs was really the ones that got people to connect? And I wanted to, and I also thought like, damn, you know, if I'd have took a little more time, I could have, because I got 3 bangers that are what I consider to be timeless hip-hop rap records, right, on maybe each of my mixtapes, 1 or 2 or 3. To where if I took 1 or 2 or 3 from each, I have a nice, solid classic. You know what I mean?
For sure.
So I was like, that's what I want Victory Lap to be. But if I was to put it in order, I would say Victory Lap's probably my best one. I would say Crenshaw would come after that.
Okay.
I would say Mailbox Money come after Crenshaw. I would say Marathon comes after Mailbox Money. Then I would either say TMC or Bullets Ain't Got No Name 2 would come next. And then from there, I would say Bullets Ain't Got No Name 3 and then 1. You know what I mean?
That's fire.
Yeah, so, you know, people really like Mailbox Money. You know what I mean? Like, it was kind of an unplanned release, but my energy coming off Crenshaw, I was just real confident and felt like I could just say what I wanted to say. I ain't really have too much pressure on the next one. So, you know, but Crenshaw just has a classic, it holds a classic moment in my career.
Definitely a moment.
Yeah, you know, so I remember the tour, the shows and all that. I think it'll come directly after Victory Lap. And we'll see how Victory Lap stand up. I just know for me, I could listen to the whole album, even though I've been having these songs for a while. And you know, as an artist,
are you still listening to it, or have you moved on?
I stopped for right now.
Got you.
I want to hear it in the world. I don't want to listen to it myself. I'm gonna tap back into it probably when I get off the promo run. But
is there a tour set up?
We setting the tour up now. I'm gonna do something light, and I'm gonna step the whole tour up.
Okay.
As far as just the visuals, the band I'm gonna have. You know, we did a show in LA at the Palladium, the release night.
Yep.
And Puff hit me afterwards, was like, my nigga.
1500 did it?
Yeah, 1500. They was the band. You know, I had a fully produced visual program to go with the songs. And you know, Puff even hit me afterwards, was like, bro, you got something with the concert. If you really fine tune it, you could really do something with your touring.
For sure.
So instead of doing 35 dates, I want to do like 15 monster shows, you know, 10 monster shows like in important markets, and then we'll see how that go. But I really want to like produce a real experience,
right?
Than just get on stage with no disrespect, with just regular rapping, and then I want to really even what happens in between the songs, like really choreograph it, because the album is worthy of that.
For sure,
it's really musical and it's a storyline going on. So I got a dope concept for the tour.
Are we ever getting the Cardi B verse?
How you know about that?
You told the world.
Oh, yeah, I was on the Breakfast Club talking about that. Hey, you know what's crazy? Yeah, that's wild. Yeah, man, they took this whole shit, my response, when Big asked me, you know what I mean? Like, and made the headline, Nip response. Man, stop that, man. I'm number one, she's a woman, man.
Right.
And you know what I mean? I'm not even into like, addressing women in any other way than with love and respect. That's not what I do. You feel me? That's for the girls if they offended to do.
Right.
But the internet and the, you know, press, they just got hot words that would clickbait like people. So I'm a fan of Cardi B. I like what she do. And she killed the verse. And in the verse, she say, can a Crip nigga fuck with a blood bitch? That's one of her lines in the verse. You feel what I'm saying? So, you know, yeah, definitely. I think I would love for that record to come out. You know, it's a banger. It's like a fuck anthem.
Okay.
You know, it's called I Just Wanna Know.
Oh yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, and you know what I mean? I sent it to to Mike Will recently.
Okay.
And just, you know what I mean? Like, I was like, just tell me your opinion on it, and if it's any room to like beef it up and make sure I got the right bounce. You know what I'm saying?
You did the beat?
Nah, you know, Mars,
Yep.
and you know what's crazy? I got the beat over here with y'all. Y'all,
for real?
yeah, one of the producers that we invited through when I was over here.
For sure.
Lil C.
Okay.
Hey,
Lil
Okay.
C produced that. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Mars and Lil C produced that a while ago.
Wow.
Yeah, so you know, I'm gearing up to start recording again for the next one once we
You
finish.
got the name already?
Of the album?
Yeah.
I do. I can't say it yet.
I know you
though.
can't say it.
I'll tell you off air.
I
You know what I'm
figured you had
saying?
it.
Yeah, for sure I got it. You know, it's people gonna hear it and be like, oh, I'm interested. Let me hear what this sound like.
Right.
But yeah, I'm trying to come back ASAP, man. I took so long to make my official debut.
It's time. Now you got that monkey off your shoulder.
Yeah. We got a gas now. You know, it's about music, man. I got a whole goal about how I want to deliver my albums that's under this deal. I want to do this in a concentrated window. I don't want to get on no like 2-year hiatus type shit.
For sure.
Yeah.
Nip, congratulations, man.
Thank you, John.
Everybody's happy for you, man.
Yes, sir.
You know
Yes, sir. The
what I'm
monkey's off my back for real. That's a real statement.
saying? Victory lap. Nip
Yeah.
Hussle. Y'all know
Yeah.
what it is. 888 Shade 45. Let's get it.
Yeah.
Big Boys
Big
Neighborhood.
boy.
Alrighty now, man. Back in the neighborhood. Nipsey Hussle
Hey.
in the
Yeah.
hood.
Top of the top. What's up? What's
going
up?
on, Nip?
Victory lap. We
I
coming.
know, man.
Yeah.
Victory lap,
Yeah.
boy. We've been talking about it. You know what's crazy about when we think about albums or something that's being pushed now is that the promo game never stopped through social media.
Right.
So we've been waiting on it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then we'll see pictures of you recording or you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So we always knew that Victory Lap was coming. And now we here.
Yeah.
Man, but I also got to say congratulations, bro.
Yeah.
So Atlantic Records?
Yeah, we did it.
But you did it your way.
Yeah, definitely. We did
Yeah,
we
man.
did a strategic partnership, a venture with Atlantic Records between, and this was, I really want to clarify, the deal is between All Money In
Right.
and Atlantic Records.
Easy call.
Both.
Nip been signed to All Money In since the beginning.
Go ahead now.
So, you know, Atlantic, you already know they tradition. They make household names.
Yeah,
And-
man.
And they've been successful doing that for years.
But being so successful on your own,
Right.
That's why when I saw this announcement, I
Right.
was like, man,
Yeah.
like Nip didn't just walk in there.
Nah, we've been, and actually we've been trying to land on the terms that we landed on for some years.
Yeah.
So it just was about me raising my leverage and my profile to where I could really justify what I was asking for.
Yeah.
And you know, I respect that. Like if I come in here and make a request, you gotta, and they, you know, the answer is like you ain't worth that shit. You gotta go.
Yeah,
work
gotta go
for
get
that. It's possible, but you gotta work for
Sometimes
that.
you got to show and tell people your worth too.
dope.
Did Atlantic Pack? They passed on you or earlier, right?
Yeah, I got a song called Keys to the City, and obviously it was a different staff over there at the time, and I had a different value, so it makes sense. But in Keys to the City, I got a line. I was just like, I said Drake passed, Def Jam, Capital Atlantic 2. Thought that I'd be dead of doing life because what I rap is true. So I was just talking about all the labels that I walked in them buildings and played music before I, you know, like I said, had value. And some of them felt it, some of them didn't get it, but I just was referencing taking those meetings and how that felt. And then when I made that record, being at a moment when the music I was making was really being received well and the profile of me as an artist was rising. So I just was reflecting on a moment when they didn't really see the value. You know?
Hey, Nip, let me ask you this. Why now?
A lot of reasons. Like I said, my goal was to create a situation where I could walk into one of these majors and operate as a partner.
Right.
And even since my early stuff, I never really was just an artist. I always bought my equipment from day one. I sold my Lincoln, sold my Rolex, sold my jewelry, left my dope spot, turned it into a studio, bought equipment. My brother matched me. My homeboy bought my Lincoln from me, brought me a trash bag full of cash,
As
bought
he
my
should.
rims, my Alpinas. I sold all the things I was functioning off of, took all my money, and my brother matched me. And we went to Sam Ash and we bought all the equipment when I was 19, when I was 18 actually. So, you know, as I was educated in music, that's what the production company does. You know, that's what the label do. I was paying for rent. I was a hustler. I wasn't thinking I was the executive. I was just like, if I want to rap, I need a studio, I need equipment. I got to. But we was making these moves already as a production company or as an executive or as a label to facilitate me as an artist. So the money was coming from my brother, from myself. The decisions was coming from my team, myself. The posters was being stapled up by us. You know, the radio promo, we was going up there and buying the radio spots. We was booking out the House of Blues. We was doing all the things that a label do. So once I got educated to the way that the deals get structured, it would be disrespectful for us to expect anything other than a partnership, because we been had sweat equity, we been had money invested.
Yes, sir.
We been operating as not only the creative but also the administrative. So it would be against the grain of reality to go into a situation outside of that.
Because when I saw it, I was like, oh man, you know what I'm saying? When they say like damn near keys to the city or write it up and we'll just put a stamp on it. I knew that was it.
Yeah, that
you know
part.
what I'm saying? Because you definitely ain't starving.
Yeah, I mean, you know, thank God for that. We,
man.
You know, we have been before.
Boy, you show cold though, man. I'll tell you why when we come back, man. we were on that DJ Khaled cruise, boy. This dude was like, "Hey, next time I come and see you, I'm gonna have one of them things for you, one of them necklaces."
Oh, you talking about my? You know, he talking about my jury.
Yeah.
He said, "Let me get some chains."
Yeah, all right.
When
you're hiding. He got four chains. Man, and you know what he did, man? Not that he worried about somebody taking it. He put it in his shirt for like, man, I hope Big don't see that I'm wearing them because I did offer them to him.
Honestly,
he just
if I had all my jewelry on top of this crew neck, I look goofy. It's just it ain't this.
So let me look goofy.
Let me borrow it.
You know what I'm saying? I look goofy enough. You know what I mean? I can look more goofy.
And
once again, Atlantic Records, all money in Atlantic Records, man. And you made sure that when you talk about it, you talk about it. You put it out your damn self.
Right.
You know, and I've had a chance to just witness just the come up too. You know what I'm saying? Like there ain't nothing that I could look into and say, oh man, this is early Nip, when you know, like you've been Nipsey since the introduction.
Day one.
Right.
You know, and it hasn't been a let me change to this style, let me do this. You always did it your way. Did you know that this was going to turn out the way it did?
Man, that's a dope compliment too. I appreciate that. Honestly,
because the only thing we could do is like hair. Like, oh, this when he was younger.
Oh yeah, exactly.
You know, his clothes a little baggy here.
Exactly.
You know, oh yeah, he got, you know, so yeah, but material wise,
right?
Nah.
And honestly, you know, coming into it, we was hustling.
Yeah.
You know, so it was a step back to want to pursue music. It was a setback.
I know what you're talking about.
You know what I mean? So it was something that I had to really believe in to pursue it, because it was actually taking a back seat.
Did you ever get down where it was like, man, this ain't gonna work?
Or you know, that's why I call my thing the marathon, because I'm not gonna lie and portray this ultimate poise like I've had it figured out. Nah, I just didn't quit. That's the only distinguishing quality from me and probably whoever else going through this or went through this or is gonna go through this, is that I ain't quit. I went through every emotion. I went through every emotion with trying to pursue what I'm doing. You know what I mean? And I think that what gonna separate whoever's gonna try to go for something is that you ain't gonna quit. Unless, you know, you're gonna really take the stance if I'm gonna die behind what I'm getting at right now.
Let me ask you this, man. And I've had a chance to sit and talk to you on and off air.
Yeah.
See you do panels and everything.
Yep.
And your mind is way beyond what cats are doing right now.
Right.
Ownership, buying buildings, you know what I'm saying? The smart store, the marathon. Like, you know, I walked into the marathon store and I was blown away, bro.
No question.
And you got to explain what the marathon store is.
Yeah. So in a quick way, it's basically the first of our vision to have a retail network. The first store, which is the first step toward us having a retail network where we could distribute products outside of Best Buy, outside of Target, outside of traditional retail. Like Apple got Apple stores.
Yeah.
American Apparel got American Apparel stores.
Right.
You know, Sanrio, like Hello Kitty, they got stores. So certain brands go to the point of creating a retail experience too. So we wanted to do that. And we wanted to be able to drop not only music, like when we did the $100 CD, imagine if I had 10 stores across the country that I could have shipped 1,000 copies to at $100 each, and we could have released it on that day simultaneously, and then I could have done my pop-up shops at my stores. And then we surround them with actually a dope streetwear line and also dope novelty items like the All Money In money counter, or like I said, the streetwear stuff, the Crenshaw sweaters or the All Money In hats and whatnot. But the main driving factor would be there's an exclusive music release that's exclusive to these stores, as opposed to being exclusive to a digital platform for a week. Imagine we can make the album exclusive to the store. You can only buy it at the Marathon store. So that's the long, big picture vision with the Marathon store. The technology aspect, which makes it a smart store. It's just that all the products are encoded with content.
Yeah.
So every piece of product you buy, there's a tag on it and it's a logo. And we, as All Money In, have the ability to upload content in real time. So you can buy the sweater today and the tag that's hanging today will have a piece of content on it that next week I can change and I can say,
wow.
Yeah, I can say, go get
Digital.
Awesome.
Yeah, and it's on the actual tags of the clothing. So I can say, go get your Crenshaw shirt out the Dirty Clothes hamper. I just uploaded the new documentary to your T-shirt.
Technology.
Wow.
That is so advanced.
Yeah. So
Hey man, because I was in there, man. They were putting phones up against the wall and everything, man.
Yeah.
And I tell people now, if you look at this right here, I don't do nothing.
we gonna work on that. We gonna update your setup for you.
Yeah, I'm living in the past down there from with you, man.
Nah, but just you met the young dude, Idris. He was on the cruise with us.
Beast,
Yeah.
man. That dude. And
Yeah.
how did that relationship get together real quick?
Man, you know my 9-year-old daughter, Money Mom. Shout out Money Mom.
Hello.
We was on the way to the movie. She said she wanted a unicorn frappuccino.
Hey.
And I pulled over on the way to the theater, and I thought about it too because they sell snacks at the theater. I'm like, I don't really want to stop. I'd rather just go to the theater, but it's my daughter. I did what she asked. And based on me stopping there, I ran into this young dude that had his computer open. He was working on something I could tell just by looking at the screen. It wasn't released. It was like he was waving his hand over his computer screen, and his hand image was showing up on the screen as bone density in 3D. And I just knew technology enough to know that's not out, and I started talking to him. And that was Idris.
Yeah.
The dude's name is Idris Sandu, and he's one of our partners that we curated and designed a marathon store with. You know what I mean? The technology aspect of it. And then also we doing other things together too, but yeah, my daughter was the reason I met him.
That's
Beast,
dope.
man.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Stop saying your daughter was the reason too, because that's gonna cost.
She was like,
I gotta give her
I
her
need
credit.
that check.
Okay,
I gotta give her credit.
But I don't tell my kids nothing like that. They be
Yeah.
like, Daddy, no, I'm going with that. You know what I'm saying? Until you pay me back. We had a chance to speak on the spot that you got, the 5,000. It was a 5,000 square feet spot.
Too big to fail.
Too big to fail. Now, what is too big to fail?
Man, y'all getting exclusive right now.
Give us what you can.
No. It's basically something that myself and my business partner by the name of Dave Gross, he's a real estate developer. He come from Wall Street. He just a dope investor, and he also grew up in the inner city of LA. His brothers, went through the street stuff in LA. He was somebody that pursued finance early, and basically he partnered with me. And it was his original concept that he brought me in on, but it's basically a science, technology, engineering, and math center on the first level.
And that's STEM acronym.
That's an acronym for STEM.
Yes.
And what's important about STEM is that all of the jobs in Silicon Valley require STEM knowledge.
Right.
So if you're gonna go work at Google, Facebook, any one of these billion-dollar companies that have very, very little diversity and that will hire just based on there's not a lot of qualified people.
Skill.
Yeah, that's that come
Skill
from
set.
our ethnic backgrounds. It's important because they saying that there's no pipeline. These kids got to learn so early that public inner city schools are not training them to go be a part of Silicon Valley. So the idea for Too Big to Fail is that we'll be a bridge in between Silicon Valley and the inner city. And it's a model that we're going to scale. We're going to start it in LA, and we're going to go to Baltimore with a celebrity or an influential person from Baltimore, and then go to DC, and then go to Dago, and then go to Atlanta and create Too Big to Fail as a resource network across the country. But the other side of it is that it's a WeWork model. And WeWork is basically office space for rent without a lease.
Right.
So if I'm an up-and-coming entrepreneur, I don't got credit, I don't really have enough to make a full commitment to a 2-3 year lease, I can go in and say, I want to rent it for a month or a week.
Yes,
or
sir.
a day. And even on top of that, the other side of it is that if you don't have cash, you can offer hours. If you're a young entrepreneur from the area and you live in the area and you can't afford to rent your office space with cash, you can say, I'll give labor and I'll come work for the operation and I'll come help around the building in whatever way that you are a specialist in, and we'll prorate your hours based on you giving back time.
Wow.
Hey, Nip, why take on that much? Because usually it's like, man, I'm good.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Usually it's kind of I and me as opposed to us and we.
Right.
Why us and we?
Honestly, bro, as I move forward and just become more successful and more access is granted to me, all these things are coming to me. I'm not sitting down mapping out these things as much as I'll get credit for. I don't sit all day in terms of thinking about a lot of things outside of the priority, which is the music and the music operation. But based on what I say through the music and what people I think have got from me from interviews and just what they see my intention is, a lot of people bring these opportunities to me and be like, look, I know you believe in this because I heard you say this, or I heard this in your song, or I heard you say this in this interview. Here's something that, you know, we can address. We can address that with, and it's already built. And I've been privileged enough to be able to look at it and say, this is dope, I believe in it, and start from there. And again, I'm the voice, so I get a lot of the credit, but I got incredible partners.
Yes,
you know,
sir.
my brothers, Adam Fats, my brother Sam, JP, Karen, Steve-O, even before the Atlantic thing, you know, Dallas been working with me, Dallas Martin, since day one. And then just outside of that, you know, like I said, Dave Gross is the guy that really masterminded the Too Big to Fail thing. He just was like, Nip, the perfect person to do this with in LA. And then we did due diligence, found a factory in my area, talked to the city councilman, got the city involved. And it's dope. Like when you really see the announcement and what's going on, it's really some unbelievable next level stuff.
When do you think we'll see that? Like
February.
Damn.
Wow.
Yeah, it's done.
Right around the corner.
It's done.
I
was
heard
quiet
that.
about it because, you know, it was a big thing to do. So you always got to like not put your foot in the mouth because it might get postponed. You might have all type of things that happen. But
And then what happens? I thought you was
yeah. It went good though. So it's looking like February.
Nip, what is Victory Lap?
Man, it's like I was about to tweet something or Instagram something yesterday. I just feel like this phase 2. So Victory Lap is like me celebrating me completing phase 1. You know, and it was always like my challenge to myself was to not be influenced by the threat of failing and not doing it. I wanted to do it my way, and I was willing and I was cool with it not working. If I couldn't have it my way, I was cool with it not working. Because I didn't want to have no constellation prizes. I didn't want to have no plan
But
B.
you can see that on the time that you put in it too. Like,
Right.
you know what I'm saying? Because usually we're so used to, okay, they take it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I don't know if it's gonna come back again.
Yeah.
But it seemed like you gamble and you double down on yourself.
Yeah.
So when I saw Victory Lap, I was like, okay, I kind of felt what
Yeah.
it was.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. And I mean, I've been working the title for like 3 years.
Yeah.
Maybe more than that. Truthfully, for my real fans, about 5 years if they really been following. I've been saying that my debut album is gonna be called Victory Lap.
Hey man, is it crazy when you say debut album?
Yeah.
With all the material though, you know what I'm saying? Because even when we say mixtape, you know what I'm saying? Nothing felt throwaway. You know what I'm saying? And even as a consumer, like when I kicked in my $100, it wasn't like, oh, I got to kick in for Nip. I kicked in for the material too, though.
That's love.
You know what I'm saying?
That's love.
So when I see just the work that you continue to do, I'm like, man, they ain't no expiration date on what this cat is about to do.
No, that's love. Thank you. And I mean, I trip on that too. Like, dang, I ain't put an album out.
Yeah.
But then to your point, I never made a project with the intention of I was making a mixtape.
Right, yeah.
I was always making an album. The whole 10 years I've been here, I've been making an album. And the business change that took place as I came in, like our generation, the 07, 08, 09 era of artists that came in, we had to fix the plane while it was in air.
Yeah.
The engine went bad while we was in the air. Because we looked at like the artists that came before us and the models they used to succeed. And then as soon as we got in the game, the whole model collapsed.
Man.
So you had a lot.
Records stopped selling like that. Labels, everything changed.
All conventional wisdom out the window. And you was left to rely on your instinct. And I think like, you know, I shout out Wiz a lot because me and Wiz had a convo early. And, you know, I asked him like, what you doing to build the touring up? You know, I see your show popping off in a way that's different. And he, you know, we had a real convo. And I think that he one of the artists that innovated early. Artists like Currency, you know, that really embraced the indie route before it was like the cliche thing to do. You know what I mean? So I think myself included in that, we had to adjust to survive. And just like based on doing that, it was a mixtape and tour game.
Yeah.
Before you could go just, because it was almost like you a good artist, bro, but if you don't sign this deal, there's no other economy for you. And it was making artists just take whatever they, you know what I mean? But
did you ever get close? When you say I walked into certain labels and it didn't happen, you know what I'm saying? At one point, were you ever close to like signing something that you say, man, I'm glad I didn't mess with that?
Yeah, I won't go into details because I wouldn't want to, you know what I mean? But definitely, I'll consider options. I think the best situation, aside from the one I said I won't mention, and, you know,
I was gonna do the deal. Is what when Ross put the MMG thing on the table.
Yeah. I got you.
That was just the terms and the way, Ross set up the conversation to start in that building. It was a great opportunity. It was a great situation. I just had a concern with my team getting credit for breaking Nipsey Hussle. So I didn't necessarily want to take that from my team.
Damn.
You know what I mean? But outside of that, I would have took that deal. Even just outside of the terms, just how Ross hustle, I believe in Ross as a hustler. You know what I'm saying? Everything he done said, he done done. Every combo we had, every time I sent a verse, he executed it. So I got a lot of respect for Rose. So I'd have done it off just GP, but I got a team I committed to ahead of time.
Damn.
And I needed to make sure they got the credit for what they did. You know what I mean? That was the only reason. But outside of that, all the other deals, they lacked what the MMG offered, included because it was somebody that understood why Nipsey is valuable without a radio record.
And you was already doing your thing anyway.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So if anybody got to come, they got to add to it.
Yeah,
and
100%.
add a lot to it.
Yeah.
You know?
When you give someone like LeBron James an unreleased song, there's got to be some kind of agreement between you,
gave
like,
that to him, but
like, like, all right, you can have it, but you have this amount of like, don't release it or don't, film a video of you working out to it between you guys, right?
I think anybody give LeBron a song, they hoping that he work out to it.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
I think that's the whole point.
Yeah.
Nah, but truthfully, I seen a clip of LeBron in the locker room in 2011, Game 6, and he had on some headphones, and he wasn't talking to no reporters. He was suiting up for the game. This ended up being, I think, the game he won his first championship in, Game 6, 2011, I think. But when he took his headphones off, you could hear the music bleeding out, and he was playing the marathon.
Go ahead now.
He was playing Blue Laces 1. So I made Blue Laces 2 for Victory Lap. And so as I'm thinking about a creative way to start the acknowledgement that it's Blue Laces 2 gonna be on this Victory Lap album, because that's one of my fans' favorite songs. I remember LeBron was in a championship mode listening to Blue Laces. So I sent it to Bron, and he went on and put on his Instagram and all that. And
did you catch that the way everybody else caught it, like just looking?
Yeah, it ain't the YouTube line wasn't LeBron in the locker room playing Nipsey Hussle. It was just I don't know, I watch YouTube and I be just tapping into like dope moments. Like when Jordan had the flu, or when LeBron got his first ring, or when, James Harden went for whatever.
Did you play
points.
sports?
Yeah, I played basketball. Yeah, for sure.
Are you good in basketball?
I was good. I was. I can't vouch for right now where my skill set is at now.
Do you ever play in those celebrity basketball games?
Man, you know what? I ain't never done it because I don't know.
Thank you,
I'm
brother.
prideful, man. I can't. If I play, we gotta win.
Right?
I ain't finna be on record taking no L's.
Man,
So,
well, if you do want to take an L, play for my BET team next year. I lose every year.
I might be the factor. I might be the factor you need, big.
Yeah.
Put them on.
I think I won the last one though. Yeah, I did. I won. Hello, there it is.
Oh, you won?
Yeah.
All right, so I might consider the offer.
There it is.
But listen, I did a turkey drive where I participated with Russell Westbrook's turkey drive at Jesse Owens Park last year, and I looked at the picture we took, and I'm standing neck and neck, and I'm like, I'm damn near tall as this nigga. Serving these niggas.
How tall are you?
I'm like 6'3" probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I reconsidered my my NBA dreams a little bit.
Man, but you play high school ball?
I mean, not on the team or nothing. I played just like, around the area and everything. Yeah.
My man said, not on the team. You're like, man, I had to eat and everything.
I'm
you know what I mean? Yeah, life, you know what I'm saying?
Honestly, I think I played for my 9th grade team for like 2 games. And then realistically, I just wasn't with the yelling, coaches screaming. I'm not against it. That just wasn't my style.
At that time, and the structure of it. Like,
I wasn't ready for that.
Yeah, because cats used to always ask, man, you didn't play football in high school? Like, nah.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
and it wasn't about discipline. It's just like, nah.
Yeah.
Nah.
And
I was caught up at that time too, though.
100%.
Yeah.
And just a lot of factors, but it wasn't my goal in life. So I by the time I was in high school, I wasn't really going at it.
Nah, I hear you.
Nipsey, a while back after Eminem dissed Trump, YG tweeted, "So why don't we get no credit for dissing Trump a year ago?"
Right.
He was pretty upset because you guys put out "Fuck Donald Trump" a year ago, literally. Do you feel that hip hop has taken a seat back with all of these political issues?
I don't know. That's a good question. I think that our reaction to being disrespected, we have to reassess how we react. You know what I mean? I think that we've been known as hip hop to make songs, and that's a part of it. And then we gotta go a step further, because I think that it's like a disease in your body. Once you start giving it a treatment, it'll get immune to the treatment, and you gotta try something else to kill that disease. So I think protest music is important. I think that YG was a genius, but even how the song came up, we were just in the studio talking about doing a collab mixtape. He like, what you think about this Donald Trump shit? I'm like, I thought it was a joke. I did not think he was really gonna be able to secure a Republican endorsement. And even when I didn't think that was possible. So the way the song came out, it was really like some movie shit. We was talking about it. He like, I got a beat. What you think? He played the beat. Then he started bouncing his head and was like, what you think about this? He said the hook. We like, go lay it. He laid it. And the shit was like, everybody in the studio like, is this something?
Right.
Like, you just saying fuck Donald Trump over and over on the hook.
But
and the beat, I don't know, it just immediately clicked. Niggas like, this something, let's finish this right now. And we just knocked it out in one take.
Hey man, but and how early? Because y'all were on it before the disaster started.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all was on the giddy of like you know, it hadn't even laid yet.
Yeah.
And to this day, it's really F Donald Trump now. But y'all stood up and y'all said it. And keeping it real, one thou wow with you, a lot of big business, including where we work, was like, hold on, we gotta, you know what I'm saying?
Reassess
like,
it,
Yeah, man.
Definitely. I mean, not to cut you off.
No, go ahead.
I think that, again, it was done as an artistic decision to express our opinions through the art. And then once it became a song and turned into a product, we start seeing, you know, how dangerous that message was, and how important and how powerful dude is in these different places. Because
did y'all feel any of that where it was like there's an influence here? Like, explain some of the stuff that made you feel that.
I mean, for sure, I don't know if everybody heard, but the CIA reached out, you know, and sent a letter.
Damn. And see, that's what I'm talking about. That, like I was telling YG, I was like, man, that's our modern day FBI letter to NWA.
Definitely.
Yeah. And just to be on the radar and even see how they described this in the letter. You know what I mean? Talking about gang affiliations, and it was like somebody in there did a lot of research.
Yeah.
You know, but I think that we can't be afraid to speak truth. I don't think we told no lies in that song. I don't think we was threatening. I think we spoke on how the people felt.
What did they say? What did the CIA letters? Was it a cease and desist? Like, stop.
It was a combination of like changes that they said if these changes aren't made, that we will pursue blocking this from getting distributed. And it was also just a informative, like, I guess, release.
Like, we see you too, though.
Yeah, and even today,
like, you on the radar.
And today internal, that was like, you know, this is the November 12th bulletin, whatever that was, and we got a copy of it. You know what I mean?
Does that come like in normal mail? Like, excuse me, like, does that come as a letter? Like, sometimes I throw away mail and I never know, but like,
I look at it like this. You know, everybody got an altitude that they exist in business. So, you know, YG being in business with Def Jam, Def Jam having a chairman, Def Jam might have a parent company. That's probably where the convo took place at. You know what I'm saying? And then it just was like, this one of your label, or this one of your radio stations, one of your labels. Let's make sure that this product. Let's make sure that this don't go no further.
Big Boys Neighborhood. Nip, definitely want to thank you for coming into the neighborhood and hanging out, man.
Always.
And for anyone out there, I do want to say this, man. And let me just say this, Nip. Like, we don't do you family here.
Yeah.
And I know that there's people like, oh, y'all didn't ask. Like, we're not gonna ask that. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's things personally that I don't want, and it's so just being family, we don't do those things. When you're ready to address whatever it is in your life, then you'll do it on your own platform.
And I love and I appreciate y'all for that. And I just want everybody to know, like, real people outside of music and outside of, so things can be delicate.
Yeah.
So we gotta always be respectful and always be conscious of, like, myself. I got feelings. I'm a human. You know what I mean? My family got feelings. They're humans, and we gotta be really, really careful. You know, and me first. You know what I mean?
Enough said.
Yeah.
I appreciate you coming in, man, and congratulations once again on Victory Lap.
Yes, sir.
Go
Thank
ahead
you.
now. Congratulations on Money All In, on your All In situation with Atlantic Records.
All money in Atlantic.
All money in Atlantic.
Yeah.
Congratulations to you on that as well, man.
Thank you.
And we'll see you soon.
Absolutely.
There it is, man.
Absolutely.
Nipsey Hussle in the neighborhood, Big Boys Neighborhood.
Yeah.
has everything.
Bumping that bang. Big boy.
Big boy.
All right, it is going down, man. Hussle in the house. Nipsey Hussle. What's going on with you, brother?
I'm back in here.
I ain't mad at you,
New
man.
building, new house. We in the neighborhood still.
You been working your ass off, huh, Nip?
Man, I got to. I got a crazy overhead, man. I got to work hard every day.
What makes the overhead so crazy though? Because my thing is this, Nip, you are an empire.
Right.
Oh, yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And Nipsey is a brand also, man. And what I love about it, Nip, is like you guys come with not only that independent real grind.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But y'all come with some out the box kind of stuff too.
No
you know what I'm
question.
saying? Like you sold me a CD for $100.
Yeah, that's crazy.
You know what I'm saying?
And Jay-Z bought how many of them? How many did Jay-Z buy? Like 1,000?
He bought 100 of them, right?
He bought 100 of them, yeah.
Yeah, I was like, man,
Wow.
I was like, I can't do that. You know what I'm saying?
I was gonna slide it to you free.
Yeah, I was
Big
like-
made me take the 100.
Yeah, I was like, man,
you know what I'm saying? I wasn't gonna take it from Big.
But on the real, the whole pay get down, and that's outside the box, though. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you.
And now, so what does Nipsey do now? You know what I'm saying?
Right. I mean, you know, the marketing for Crenshaw was it was a movement called Proud to Pay.
Yeah, man. And I was proud to pay. That's why I paid,
Most
brother.
definitely. But it was by choice. It wasn't by force. If you wanted to get it for free, you can go online and download it.
Yeah.
And you know, I just think that the way we buy and consume music, we test it first.
Right,
we
right.
get the bootleg first.
Yeah, man.
Even if you love the artist, you test it first. And then if you like what you hear, if you was inspired by it, if it gave you some game, if it gave you some good times, you support it as like a reciprocation of what you got.
Right,
like,
right.
You know, I fuck with it. Here go.
Yeah, some people won't even go back and get it, though.
If it's whack, then, you
Right.
know, you like, I ain't gonna listen to it while I pay for it.
I hear you.
So I'm like, you know, I just wanted to test out what offering it free would do.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And,
How many copies did you print?
Man, originally we printed 1,000 of Crenshaw. And
Right,
we sold
yeah,
them out
yeah.
the first night.
Wow.
Yeah.
Dope.
And that was crazy. It was like a line around the corner. We had a pop-up shop on Fairfax.
I remember that.
Yeah,
Crazy.
you know, I was like, wow.
What does that feel like, though, Nip? Because you know what? Like, you super serve your audience. And when you do a show, you know, people came to mess with you. You know what I'm saying?
question.
And it's not like, you know, back in the days, Nip, everybody like, oh, man, I need to be on Def Jam. I need to be on such and such.
Yeah.
And those kind of days are like, you know, if you get with a major and they working for you,
Right.
cool. But you also show people the blueprint, once again, that, man, you don't have to.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right,
Like,
I mean, not to cut you off.
Go ahead.
Just you remember us from early, Big. You know what I'm saying? Just from in LA before
Yes, sir.
we had too much of anything going. And we was always just, we ain't want to wait on nobody. You know, we was like, we gonna work with what we got for now.
Yeah, man.
We ain't gonna just wait until it's gonna be a platinum album, until we got a major label to spend $1 million on marketing. We gonna release music and repeat the cycle and get bigger off just working with what we got.
Hell yeah.
And I just believe in hustling like that. You always got individuals that, you know, got fronted or, you know what I'm saying, borrowed or whatever. And you got the individuals that got it off the curb.
Hey, Nip, do you ever trip off of just like some of the places you go to now? You know what I'm saying? Not
You mean
even
in terms
city.
of just like the
International,
Yeah.
like where your music takes you.
Man, I was just in Europe. We had a sold out show in Paris, a sold out show in London, sold out show in Amsterdam. And, you know, I watch other artists, you know, that perform at these same venues. And it's like these major label artists with hit records and top 10 Billboard songs and sold units. And we sell out the same venues, they sell out international. And it's inspiring, obviously, make you want to work harder.
Hey,
you know?
Nip, when was it or how was it, you know, when you trying to get there and you walk in and it's not sold out? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, there's a gang of them nights.
Yeah,
you know, gang of them nights.
Because
Yeah.
people see it now, and you know, social media. Like I follow you, and I
Yeah.
really see what you're doing.
Right.
And people see it now, and they think like, man, like this ain't overnight. If it was overnight, it was a long night. That's what I
Yeah,
tell cats.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But you do got to go through those pains also.
It's, you know, they call it the chilling circuit.
Right? Oh, yeah,
You know
the
what I'm
chilling
saying?
circuit. Hell yeah.
I did 52 cities with Game in 09 for free.
Yeah. Oh wow.
I did 52 nights back
Really
to back
though?
every night.
So were you just in a rental and
Man,
just
we was in
following?
the RV.
I heard that.
And it was 18 of us.
Whoa.
You know what I'm saying? To start. All of my homies, we had more people than we needed.
Right.
We had one bed in the back. I had a bed every night.
Right, I hear
you know,
that.
the homies was
Everybody
figuring
else
it out.
just stand up sleeping.
Yeah, you know. And we was going through Minnesota and the heater broke and then they was sleeping on the floor and it was freezing. The windows was freezing. It was like sweating. It was so cold. The windows was sweating. And, you know, Kendrick was on that tour with us too.
Oh, Lord.
J-Rock and Kendrick was on the tour with us too.
Hey man, Nip, at that time, do you think like, man, is there a part of you that's like, man, we hustling,
Man, I
towards
was
something
fresh out
or
the county jail.
Okay, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And I was happy to leave the hood.
I heard that.
On positivity. You know what I'm saying?
I'm gone.
I was happy, you know? And we got $1,000 one night. They paid us $1,000 at Nokia.
Oh, really though?
So I was like,
See?
okay, we made a rack. You know what I'm saying?
He had to come all the way back home.
Yeah, but
like, man.
It was building fans though. Every night we get in front of 2,000-3,000 people and perform songs. You
I
know?
heard that.
And it was an artist like Game who was similar, come from the culture we come from,
Yeah,
and
man.
you know, telling a story similar to the story we was telling. So that was one of the best things we did. We didn't get paid for it. It took a lot of energy out of us, but it educated me and it also, like, you know, informed the fans that I was coming.
Yeah, it's a hell of tuition into the school of experience too.
Most definitely.
Nipsey, I know you're hard working. What you working on recording wise?
Man, I've been in the zone, bro. I built a new studio in Burbank. It's not far from here.
Congratulations to you on that, man.
Thank y'all. I bought all equipment. You know what I'm saying? I started from scratch and just bought, you know, 4 studios worth of equipment because I got 4 rooms in my setup.
Go ahead now.
So we just you know, invested heavily.
Why was that necessary though? You know, like cats are like, man, you could. Why not go anywhere else? Why you feel like, man, you know what? I need to build my own compound.
Man, I just believe in ownership.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I believe in, you know, investing in yourself. When you make money, you know, you could easily go a lot of places. But I just feel like, you know, your foundation should be strong before
And
we get
especially a studio for somebody that do what you do.
Come on, man.
That's not a bad investment.
Nah, and
You
being
know?
able to, you know, give other artists a working environment.
What about material wise?
Material wise?
Yeah, what's going on as far as like music?
Music. Oh man, my music, you mean? I just been in album mode. You know what I'm saying? I've been in album mode since I came back from tour, from the Crenshaw tour.
How far are you in, or how far are you away from?
It's coming this year for sure.
Go ahead now.
I'm gonna drop it this year. Once I'm done, it ain't gonna take long to get it out. So it's not about, you know, a 3-month rollout or a 6-month rollout. Once it's done, we gonna announce it. Announce who's all involved with the release, and we gonna move forward. You know what I'm saying?
Now, do you see yourself kind of moving to? I don't know if there's major talks on and so forth, or however comfortable you are, but will we see like, okay, this will be probably the biggest that you guys have seen from Nipsey Hussle?
That's the goal. Obviously, every time we release, we want it to be the biggest release thus far. You know, but being as how Crenshaw was a huge situation, Mailbox Money made a lot of noise. I just want the music to be better. That's what I can control. I can make sure I grow as an artist and my music, you know, improves. And then also, you know, after what just happened with my last 2 releases, we damn near got everybody at the table with as far as major label partners.
Right.
So if we do, you know, move forward.
But it'd be the right move for you.
Yeah, they know
And
my
you can
philosophy.
dictate,
They know my business model. I need to be involved as a partner. I need to be an owner.
I heard
and
that.
they know that we ain't gonna have convos if it don't start like that.
Man.
You know?
All right, well, let me know, because I...
You know.
You on there with you. Yeah. get my pen back out. That's still writing pen. You know what I'm saying? Still writing pen. You know what I'm saying? So is that Victory Lap? Is that what's cracking?
Victory Lap is gonna be the name of the
What is
official.
Victory Lap? Why the title?
I mean, you know, since my mixtape grind, I had a campaign called the Marathon. You know, and it was really when I left Epic. A lot of the songs that was going on my album turned into the Marathon mixtape, and then I released it. And then you know, it's just like a metaphor for being a long haul.
Right.
You don't judge it by one leg of the race, because if you judge me by my first leg, you'd have been like, you know, Nip the biggest dude on the West. But then if you judge me by the second leg, you might be like, Nip didn't drop an album and disappointed. But if you judge it by the third leg, you're gonna be like, Nip an independent mogul.
Yeah.
But if you step back and look at it as a marathon, like this dude came from, you know, single house family, a gang-banging environment, you know what I'm saying, didn't graduate high school, and been through the bullshit of the streets of LA, the county jail, the bullshit of just the traps they got set. And, you know, as a self-motivated hustler, turned it into this.
I heard that.
And, you know, that's why Victory Lap, to me, is going to be the next project I put out. And my biggest one, you know, like you talked about, maybe partnering up with somebody, it's going to be the one that we put on that platform, because it represent what I felt we could do on the Marathon, leaving a major label. It's like we can build this brand on our own and come back, you know, as a boss.
The NWA movie's coming out, man.
Yeah.
Did Snoop hit them up for you to play, or hit you up for you to play Snoop Dogg's character in the movie?
Yeah, Snoop called me. Before Snoop, Ted called me. Snoop, one of his business partners.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Before Ted, Dre people had reached out. Before Dre people, I hollered at F. Gary Gray, the director. And I told them all the same thing, like, and I ain't, you know, them dudes is icons and legends, and them is the people I grew up listening to and looking up to. But, you know, I study branding. And one of the laws is, you know, walking no great man's shoes. You know what I'm saying? You don't do
heard
that. You know what I mean? As much as I love, well, I won't say no names, but these NBA players that's dominant in the league that get compared to Jordan.
Right.
You know, you gotta look at why Kobe wore 24. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You gotta look at why he wore 24 and what that says. You know what I mean? And at the end of the day, you know, I think I could have pulled it off authentic because I grew up on Snoop and I know his lyrics by heart. And
man.
You know, we watched Snoop since he came out. But I just feel like, you know, it's people in America, in the world that might not have heard Nipsey Hussle yet. It might not have got exposed to what I'm doing yet.
Hey,
and that
man.
might be the first time they get exposed to it as an actor portraying Snoop.
That's a hell of a reason not to do it.
You know what I mean?
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because you would think like, man, that's a no-brainer to go do it.
Right.
Or man, like, hell yeah, it's an honor. So, but you took all that, it's an honor.
Yeah.
I understand it. I grew up on it.
And I wanted to be a part of that movie. That movie's gonna be epic.
Yeah,
I seen
man.
clips of it. F. Gary Gray was showing me like the storyline before they start filming.
Dope.
Yeah, and recently I got in the studio with Dre too, and you know I just heard the soundtrack for it. It's gonna be epic, and I would love to have been involved.
Right.
You know, outside of the capacity I was involved, because I done music on the soundtrack with Dre.
Go ahead now.
So, but I just really thought about it, and I asked my team about it. I was considering it too, but I'm like, I gotta stick to my guns. And I told Snoop, you know what I mean? He was like, I understand. You know, he like, you authentic, you'll be able to pull it off the right way. And so I got it, but I just had to respectfully say, no, I can't
And
do
then
it.
plus, man, with just being that brand also. You know what I'm saying? Like Dog is a brand. And then, like how you say, you still, like every day we working on what we're doing.
Absolutely.
And if there would have been an introduction where it would have been, you would have never probably been other than, oh, that's the dude that plays Snoop. That's the dude that plays Snoop. You know what I'm saying?
And obviously, I'm going to work regardless. So my work eventually might have, you know, spoke for itself. For the people that maybe got introduced to me through that role, hypothetically, if I took it. But, you know, I know what I got planned for this year. So I'm like, you know what I mean? Let me just stick to my script and stick to my guns on that one.
That's hell of a name.
That is. Yeah, because I read about that as well, and I was like, gosh, he turned that down.
Right.
And then when you read into it and your reasoning, I was like, oh, yeah, for sure. Totally get it now.
No question.
Yeah.
Yeah, they sure didn't call me to do nothing in that movie.
They tripped out, man. They tripped out.
Say what
Come
now?
on, big.
Man, they didn't call me to introduce a record. Wow. You know what I'm saying?
I
Like,
got you. Then when we do ours, we going to make sure.
Yeah, I'm playing Nip. I'm going to start growing my hair now.
All right.
You know what I'm saying? I'm going to start, because they called me for a role. I'm going to be like, but they called me for bull stuff roles too, though, man.
You got
They be like them one-day shoots. You know what I'm saying? Want me to play big boy. They just want me in the movie so I can talk about it.
Right.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
On the radio. Method act or something.
Yeah, man. It'd be greater later.
I mean, you know, it's all money in, man. If the check right, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
Fuck it.
Oh, yeah, exactly. That's what I think. Is the check right?
Right.
Yeah. I must have missed this one, man. And I apologize if I didn't know this, man.
What you missed, big?
Lauren London. That's you?
Yeah, that's my girl.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Man, how long has it been?
Man, almost like 2 years.
Nice.
You know?
Oh, damn. I need to. I need to get my my snooping into other people's business.
I don't be doing the most, so it's easy to like not know that. You know?
Really though, man. But just man, you should have told me this, Natalia.
Sorry, I thought
You're supposed to know this.
I thought you
know what I'm
knew.
saying? Are you a romantic guy?
I mean,
do you
know,
cook?
I don't cook. Nah, I don't know how to cook. I'm a busy dude. I'll be in the studio more than anything.
What is
I'll be
like
working.
Valentine's days and birthdays for like for you and Lauren London?
I mean, you know, I think that you want to do things.
That's the longest pause I ever heard you take, man.
Yeah, you know, you gotta be careful when you say things. You gotta be real careful.
He's thinking.
You gotta pick your words.
I think he was over there like, I really don't want to talk about this shit.
I think
What is the big
birthdays, Valentine's and all that, you supposed to just make your girl or your girl supposed to make our nigga feel special.
Go ahead now.
And feel like, you know, it's not generic. It's something that, you know, it's like you reacted to something you know about them with the gift.
Right.
So I feel like them type of gifts let people know like, oh yeah, you've been paying attention to the convo or to like, you know, my personality or whatnot.
Hey man, one of my cats that used to work with me by the name, do you know Q Deezy?
Q Deezy?
Yeah, he out of Philly.
I know the name.
He worked with me out
he
here
worked on
also.
radio, right?
Yeah, and he worked with me here. He had a crush on Lauren London, and one time they was at a red light,
right?
And she looked at him,
right?
And then you know you look over, drove off,
right?
He thought that he had her. So we went on air, and she was like, all she did, you know what I'm saying? Like, you look at everybody.
Yeah.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, if you had a red light, you kind of just glance over. And he was like, man, she looked at me. I was like, Q, you look a mess.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, so were y'all, how did y'all, were you guys rolling? Did she look over at you at a
Man,
red
I
light?
had done an interview years ago when I first came in the game, and I said, I'm going to get that girl. You know what I mean? And
Damn.
so,
And then
you know,
how long from there?
That was probably like 09.
Hey man,
wow.
so
Yeah,
whatever
that was like
plans
09.
you have, you know exactly like
I
what
stick to the script, man.
Yeah,
You know
man.
what I'm
Get
saying?
it?
Nah, but that one thing I noticed about myself when I like, I think thoughts is powerful in all facets. Because even my career, even my life, things end up turning out exactly how I visualized them. Not in this time frame I expected. You know what I'm saying? You always want shit to happen overnight. But, I just had clear visions. Obviously outside of my girl. I just mean in music and hustling and just how I viewed myself as an adult when I was a young dude coming up. And your thoughts powerful. That shit, come to life if you stick to your script. And,
Hey man,
you know what I'm saying? Handle your
I
business.
used to tell my mom, like when cats, I didn't know what it was gonna be, but I used to tell cats, I'd be like, man, they're like, yeah, big if you make it. I'm like, man, not if. When I used to tell my
if
mom,
is when.
I told my mom, I said, Mom, I'm gonna be famous.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And you gotta think, man, we're homeless, we living in a motel.
Believe that.
I'm like, Mom, I wanna be an actor.
Yeah.
And she went on and got me acting books. You know what I'm saying? And anybody else probably look at the kid like, man, shut your ass up.
Shut up.
But I always knew that I always knew something was gonna pop.
No question.
Always knew.
And that's why it popped.
Yeah,
Because
hell
you knew
yeah.
it was gonna pop.
Hell yeah. Even with my wife now, I remember I told my homeboy, I was like, man,
That's
I'm
gonna
gonna
be
get
my
her.
wife. Yeah.
And Ray, you still owe me $1 too, homie.
That was a bet. Y'all bet on that?
Oh man, kick in. Because he was like, man, you not. I was like, watch. And I'm 500 pounds too. I'm like, yo, watch this. You know what I'm saying? Hello, Veto, I'm coming home to get that. Show you right. Hello. Please don't be in Nipsey ear with that bull you talking about.
I didn't say anything.
Come on, man.
Nip, can you please not touch the bell?
My bad.
No, when other people ring it, watch. No,
Louis gets jealous.
Just ring it. It's $1,000 in charity.
Yeah, man. Charity.
Yeah.
Send me that invoice.
Yeah, show you right. Yeah.
Proud to
Just
ring
make
the
it out
bell.
to Luis Ibarra. Yeah.
No, that's
Be proud to
trademark
ring
though.
the
That means something in LA.
Yeah,
That little cowbell.
We had to leave with it too, brother. We had to like.
Come on, you think I don't know?
When we grabbed it, we threw it out the window. We
Bell moved.
we tucked it in Louis' ass cheeks. It was a mess.
Hey, man. Whatever it takes.
Yeah, it was a mess getting that bell out. Best believe that. We got Nipsey up in here, man.
Yeah.
What's going down with the clothing line, Nip? Yeah.
Marathon Clothing.
Hello.
Obviously, it started as a Crenshaw t-shirt.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? And my brother, he just such a cold hustler. I got to give all the credit to my bro. He came home from the pen. It's ironic how our lives went. As soon as I got my deal, my brother went to the pen. He had to do 3 years. So I was in the county. I got out. He was fighting his case. I got my deal. He ended up taking his time going to the pen. So for the first 2 years of my career, he was down. So when he got out, he didn't want nothing. He like, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna find my lane. And he set up a table on Crenshaw and Slauson at the bus stop. Because when he went to jail, he had to shop before. My brother had a house he owned, multiple cars. He bought my mama a S500, bought my dad a BMW, bought the whole family cars, bought my granny a Jag.
Go ahead.
And he went to the pen and he lost everything. The house got foreclosed on.
Damn.
The shop that we had originally, he lost it. So he came back out, even as he had money put up, like he had bread on, he had credit lines. He came out, he thought he had a situation to get back on his feet. All his credit lines went dry.
Damn.
He had a foreclosure on his credit because of what the situation with the law. But he came back out, he hit the ground running. He set up a table at the bus stop on Crenshaw and Slauson and was selling socks, t-shirts, and Crenshaw shirts. Like socks, t-shirts, and he had the Crenshaw shirts, 10 at a time. Because we had a video, Hussle in the house, where everybody wore the Crenshaw shirts. We didn't make that a business at all. He did. That's how he came home and he hit the ground running. And his first 2,000 he made, he got the shop back. He got a different, in the same parking lot, but next door. You know what I mean? And because he still knew the landlord. The landlord knew he paid rent on time. He was a good businessman. He got the shop and moved the table inside the shop. He ain't buy no furniture. He moved it inside the shop and opened the door. And little by little, I'm talking about every dollar he got, he invested back into that situation. And now he got, we built a new store on Crenshaw. It looked like a boutique. It looked like you on Fairfax somewhere. You won't think you in the hood. Next door to it, we got a cell phone shop. Next door to that, we got the original store. He do crazy numbers online. He got 10 employees, you know what I mean?
That's dope.
We did a collab with Young and Reckless earlier, 2014. We did our first clothing collab with them. That was big. Our pop-up shop was the biggest collab they did, you know what I'm saying, so far.
Damn.
So, my brother just that type of hustler though. Anything he do, he gonna max it out. You know what I mean? So he seen the Crenshaw thing working and he just ran with it.
Man, I got a
That's dope.
partner named Frank. I need to hook him.
Yeah.
Hook up.
Damn.
Yeah,
Brother
shout
with
out
him.
Black Sam. For
Yeah,
that,
he
man.
came home and didn't do nothing.
Nah.
Yeah, man. You know what I'm saying? Like Frank.
Nah, don't throw Frank out there, man. Don't throw Frank out there.
Don't you throw him out there. I can. You know what I'm saying? Frank. Call up Nipsey Hussle's brother, man. Let's get it together, Frank.
Black Sadie, what up?
Yeah. Mailbox money.
Yeah.
What is that gonna cost me, man?
For you, it's by choice.
Right.
If you want the crowd to pay, it's a rack.
Explain mailbox money, Nip.
Mailbox money is, when you own an asset and you get the income that the asset generates, we call it mailbox money.
Man.
You own real estate, you get mailbox money.
Just go there and it's one waiting on you.
Period.
Like, okay,
yeah.
hello.
And if you own publishing, you write your own records, and you ain't sold your publishing, that's mailbox money. You get you own your masters when them albums sell on iTunes, that's mailbox money.
Yeah, man.
And that's the business model of every major corporation that give advances.
Yeah.
They give advances to participate in the income of your asset.
Right.
The mailbox money.
And so you release the mailbox money.
Right.
And how much is that? Like if it's a proud to pay.
1,000.
1,000.
But it's only 100 copies of this one.
I heard that.
So it's still the same math. We the proud to pay version to make 100 bands. But it come with some things you can't buy. You know what I mean? So the people that did buy it, they got a piece of like a novelty item in the mail, or they gonna get a novelty item in the mail if it ain't landed yet. And it's something you can't buy. It's like a branded item.
Yeah.
And it's like a one-on-one. You can't buy it. You gotta buy the album to get it. And so just things like that I think is dope, just to like give your fans that really fuck with you and really believe in you, a campaign and give them priority in your base. Like, these proud to pay, these are my real ones. This is what I do it for. You know what I'm saying? And
what is it like when you go across the country and you see somebody that come up and say, and they like, man, I bought it.
They'll walk up with their CD in their hand.
Yeah.
Nice. And it'll show me like I'm number 458 or number 391. Damn. You know what I'm saying? But then I got an app also that Ryan Leslie is a owner in and designed the actual software. And what it is any transaction that happens on any of my websites, we demand more information. So if you're gonna buy something, you gotta give us more than your credit card info. You gotta give us your name, number, email address, social networking.
So it goes into your database?
So it goes into my database, and I can see my real fans. You know what I mean? I can see who spends the most with me. A nigga walk up to me like, Nip, I'm your biggest fan.
Right, you
I
like,
can pull out, actually,
Actually, bro.
You know what I'm saying?
I really know you're not.
Yeah, you really number like 51, but respect though.
But keep on going. You know what I'm saying? Keep on going.
But in a big picture, you got to think artists that have had huge success, because we plan on having huge success in the future, bigger than, obviously continue to grow, but we ain't comfortable being, underground or being viral or being cult. We want to be, we aim to be the biggest we can be.
I heard that.
And so we plan behind that. We plan to be the biggest. And if you look at like artists like 50 that sold 10 mil, if he knew who them people was, you know what I mean, that bought that album, 10 million people.
Yeah.
And he had them on his database.
And directly.
What can you do with that? Yeah. Especially an artist like him that sells more than music. You know what I'm saying? And you can see, like, even for your touring, if you sell 10 million units, how many of them people was in LA?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. What kind of venue could that fill? Why you need Ticketmaster?
Right.
Why you need all these middlemen if you going directly to your people? You could do what James Brown did. You know what I'm saying? And he went direct. He was
Get the
booking
money
himself.
in the bag. Hell yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And so that's the goal long term for myself as an artist. But then as a, business model creator, because I'm one of them too.
Yes, sir.
We can apply that to other artists and other products. Like you can, Adele's doing 10 mil right now, right? In 2014. Where them people at? Who are they?
Right.
She should have her proud to pay. She should have them people on database. She should be able to hit them and be like, good looking out. Or, you know what I mean? My concert is this day. Here's the ticket link. Or, you know what? I made 5 songs that I'm not giving the label.
Yeah.
And if you want me to mail it to you, it's $100. Right. What, you know what I mean? How will you multiply your value?
I sure wish I would have charged you for this interview.
Yeah, man.
It's all good,
talk
bro.
right now,
You know what I'm saying?
No, we can't. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's called pay to play. You got to sign a sheet so you can't do it.
Yeah. So we heard that Jay-Z hit you up before he launched Tidal. What's your thoughts on Tidal?
Well, he ain't hit me up. We was at the Rock Nation brunch.
Okay.
And, he like, Nip, holla at me. And I poured and we just chopped it. And that was really the first time we talked.
Mm-hmm.
Other than like Made in America, we shook hands and all that. But he just was like,
like this is what's coming kind
like,
of thing?
I just bought Tidal. And I follow the news and business. So I'm like, I know. You know what I'm saying? And he like, here's my plan. I don't want to, go on the record about something was said in confidence.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? But he just like, here's my plan. And, we need artists like you, you know what I mean, for where you influential at, the level you influential at, you know what I'm saying, on board. And I'm just like, yeah, that's what I believe in. That's my campaign. And Jay rapped one of my lyrics to me. He like, yeah, trying to do it like Puff do it like Russ do it. And, that was just like, that was dope. You know what I'm saying? He like, oh, you listening. You know what I'm saying? Like you heard.
Hey, man, is it hard for you to do a Mount Rushmore of hip-hop? Like if it was 4 people that you had to put.
Nah, it ain't hard.
Really, though?
Nah,
what's your Mount Rushmore?
I say Pac, Big, Jay, and the third is arguable. You know what I mean?
You mean your fourth is arguable? You got Pac, Big, Jay.
And then, I got to say Snoop.
Go ahead now.
I got to say Snoop Dogg. Just because it's like, you got to say Snoop. For our generation, you can't. Man. Snoop is, came out as the nigga.
Yeah.
Period.
Hell yeah.
It wasn't nobody in his era.
Hey, Nip, were you a Snoop Dogg fan first?
Yeah.
Because I got into radio. I was a fan first.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So my first interview with Dogg, I'm like, oh, damn. Same with Cube. I'm a fan first.
Right.
So what is it now when it's just like, oh, that, you still a fan. You still know what's going down. But you're like, oh, man, that's my partner now.
I mean, I think, like, I'm a real one. I ain't going to never act like I'm too big to be a fan.
Right.
But it's just it's a way you don't be a weird fan. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You give a nigga that respect and pay homage, and after that, it's like, we two individuals and we'll progress as that.
Let me tell you what I recognize, what I love also, Nip, is that at one point, and not even at one point, it just seemed like people tried to either compare.
Right.
This is the new.
Right.
And this is, this is Dogg. So, but for some reason, it seemed like that separated.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It wasn't like you was trying to turn a blinker on and get into Dogg's lane.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But at one point, it's like, man, he looked like Snoop. Or he said
Right.
And now that doesn't happen.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Have you noticed that? Is that something you worked on?
I mean, I did notice it coming in, and even in my area, niggas was like, damn, you the hood Snoop Dogg. Like, throw that at me, right? Just because I represented my area and our culture as street niggas from LA first when I came in. That was the content of my creativity. That's what you'll get from my music. And as I progressed and built fans, I gave them more of who I am and what I believe in as a human, as a person, my individual story. Not so much the collective story of the area or of LA in the time frame I grew up in. I think like the Bullets Ain't Got No Names, mixtapes, those was just about the area, about the time, about, collectively. But as my stuff progressed, like the Marathon and TMC and even Crenshaw, as much as Crenshaw is about a place, it's also, if you listen to them songs, it's also about what I believe in and who I am as an individual. And I think those values stood up and people like, okay, that's what we gonna identify Nip as. You know, what he believe in, his business acumen or, just,
because you never played or never was like a sloppy carbon copy.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And just with being from LA, being from a certain side, being from, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, obviously being, cribbing. And then, my look, I got braids, I'm slim, I'm tall. That's natural. But I mean, I think it's your job to distinguish yourself. Branding is about your differences.
Yeah, right.
It's about shouting out your differences. It ain't about, what's the same about you.
And you know what I loved about it, man, is that you gave it to Dogg, and Dogg is also so comfortable with being Snoop Dogg that I never heard this dude try to shut you out or say something
Snoop
sideways.
Man. Snoop kept it 100. All out of everybody, Snoop was the most, and he's probably the biggest and the most in demand out of all of them. But Snoop to me was the one that kept it was most familiar to what I grew up around. You know what I'm saying? And the East Siders too. I recently,
What's going on?
Yeah, I brought them out, Cat and the East Siders at a show I did recently. And I got to really chop it with Trey D and Goldie. And they just got a familiar energy. You know what I'm saying? They just remind me of how I was raised and what I came up with.
And Trey D, that's another one. He hit the ground running too.
As soon as he got out.
My man, I don't know where he got my number. He was like, big.
I'm out.
I'm like, man, the door open for you, Trey D.
Yeah.
Nipsey, definitely want to thank you for coming in, man.
Every time. Thank
you right, man. Does anyone in here besides Big Boy know where the name Nipsey Hussle come from?
Y'all good if y'all do. Y'all good.
Yeah.
See, I ain't make my name up. I was given my name, and I like how it sounded, so I took it.
Really,
but the dude that gave it to me was way older. He was one of my older homies that I grew up with.
Nipsey Hussle.
Yeah.
That's dope as hell.
How'd they come about?
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Figure it out.
Google that, man. That's all right. Google that.
Google it. You know what I'm saying?
Google.
Best believe that, man. But Nipsey Hussle. The first time I heard the name, I was like, oh, damn.
You know what's crazy?
And you live by the name though, as far as hustle.
Yeah, the hustle part is the part I brought to it. You know, Nipsey was somebody named before it.
Yeah.
You know, but the hustle part's the part I think they threw that name at me for. Just because I was always, we was in the studio, I was like 15. We used to have a studio in the hood. And it was full of grown-ups. Everybody was grown. And, you know, we was just in there for 3 or 4 weeks, not leaving. So everybody pockets kind of fell short. Because we was all like, you know, getting how we live at that time.
Right.
And I left for a couple hours, came back. We had an ounce of weed, 2 bottles of champagne, and a bucket of chicken. And, you know, niggas just laughed at that and threw that at me like, look at this little nigga. And so, you know, that's how I got the name.
And so where does Nipsey?
That's from Nipsey Russell.
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
what I
yeah.
found out later. Obviously, I didn't know dude. I didn't know the comedian because he was
Right.
from a different era.
Right,
But
right.
my homeboy, Baby Gooch, he, you know, that was just a name that had a ring, I guess. And so he threw it. It was like a joke. He said it like in a laughing way. But I just like how it sounded.
Man,
you know what I'm saying? I
you just
ran
gave
with
it away too, so you don't have to Google now.
Yeah, there it is.
Stop Googling it.
You got it from the source.
We got Nipsey Hussle up in here, man.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming in and hanging out
Thank
with us,
y'all,
man.
big. And again, man, you know, my apologies on the whole up, bro. You know, I've been in the lab, and you know
As
what I'm
you
saying.
should.
I've been trying to bleed it, and you know, I know we on. Well, that's it. Actually, I just been in the lab, bro.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
I ain't gonna over elaborate, but just for the record, you know, you always been an A1 day one supporter of Nip, so I'm always on board for whatever.
Man, I appreciate you, Nip.
Off rip.
Best believe that Nipsey Hussle up in here, man.
Yeah.
Big boy.
Big boy.
Accountability as to what is happening in the administration and why is Elon Trump allowed to continue to unravel the programs that feed America, that help sustain our farmers. I don't even want to get into crop insurance and the cost of that rising as a result of no workers and ag products rotting in the fields.
If I might comment, my friend and colleague, because of your time's limited, I think that, frankly, the tariffs are having a real impact on American agriculture. They're a tax not only on consumers, but producers and agricultural producers. 44% of California's agriculture is exported. And I remember that President Trump famously exalting the great achievement of USMCA 7 years ago. By the way, it's up for review next year. And yet we're imposing this tariffs on our biggest trading partners, Canada and Mexico. The mass deportation, I've never seen the fear like I've seen the fear in the last 3 months. The reality is, and not just in California, but about 1.5 million people are engaged that are undocumented in California agriculture. 1.5 million. These are some of the hardest working people you ever meet in your lives. These are skilled jobs, whether they're working in dairies, whether they're working in citrus, you go down the road. And so the impacts of the potential loss of this workforce combined with the other factors of the tariffs, I think pose a significant problem for American agriculture. And let me close on that note, but also to say that I think that this is something that we've got to work on. There's a possibility for immigration reform here with the modernization of the farm workers legislation.
Thank you.
And for dreamers.
I'm going to yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. And I would be remiss, by the way, if I didn't also mention, I did not mention that the person testifying now is also on the Foreign Affairs Committee. But I particularly want to thank you for your leadership on issues dealing with Europe. You and I have dealt with our European friends for many, many years together. I want to thank you for your leadership, and again, thank you for coming by today.
Well, thank you, and your leadership as well, and the transatlantic partnership was very valued, and we need to continue to maintain that partnership. It is vital.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Great. Oh, wait, the ranking member has a testimony,
Don't
so
go away.
let me keep you there for a few minutes.
Thanks so much for being here. 2 questions. First of all, just with Armenia and Azerbaijan, there was a treaty, right? Is that...
Yes, there was a treaty
being
that...
effective?
I'm sorry?
Is it effective? Is it
no,
effective?
because Azerbaijan has not complied with the treaty.
Okay.
And Russia, along with France and ourselves as the guarantors, of that treaty. Russia's obviously gone AWOL. Their focus is Ukraine, and the notion that they might lose another former satellite of the Soviet Union, i.e. Armenia, is absolutely repugnant to Putin, the war criminal. So he's obviously not inclined to support Armenia's pro-Western government.
So what? I'm gonna bounce to Ukraine. Maybe I'll get back to Armenia, but I'm not sure you can or you want to comment on this. But most of our funding for Ukraine has come from supplementals. I mean,
yes.
Have you given any analysis or thought to what that means? I mean, the likelihood of doing a supplemental would be what? 0?
A supplemental?
Huh?
A supplemental for Ukraine?
Yeah. Well.
Yeah. Try to.
It's tough. I mean, our funding is in the millions, but the supplemental was in the billions.
And by the way, it's about an equal proportion of what Europe has provided Ukraine as well, both economic, humanitarian, and military aid.
But what kind of support will Ukraine going forward still need?
Well, I think right now we're at a fork in the road, so to speak, in terms of what the administration's trying to negotiate in terms of a ceasefire that could lead to a peace agreement. But I can tell you under the current terms that Putin has laid out, it would be unacceptable for any Ukrainian government, whether it's Zelensky or some other Ukrainian government. They're not going to demilitarize and leave themselves vulnerable. By the way, Putin has signed 3 agreements with Ukraine. In 1994, when Ukraine gave up their nuclear weapons, again in 2000 and I think it was 4, and then in 2018 after Russia took over Crimea and into the Donbas region. Putin has not kept any of his agreements over that 30-year time period. So if I'm in Ukraine and I'm in the Ukrainian government, I'm going to want Russia's, I need to have the United States and Europe to be a guarantor of any peace agreement. Without that, to demilitarize, I would be giving my country up to Russia.
Yeah, I'm very concerned about what's happened to really the people in Ukraine, and we haven't really had an opportunity to flush out all these cuts and so forth. But the people have been traumatized. Women, especially, sexual assaults. Of course, they've lost their spouses. Many of them. You've had children kidnapped. And
20,000 children.
How many?
20,000
and
plus.
What worries me, I'm not sure, but maybe someone can help me with that, is I do think that some of that U.S. aid has been cut off that was helping with the humanitarian assistance.
No, there's been a halt in some of that funding and humanitarian assistance, and also there's been a threat to withdraw military assistance, and there's been a pause in some of that assistance that the Ukrainian parliamentary members were sharing with me last night, and they're here this week, and I hope you'll take the time to meet with them because they are passionate about their desire, and what they've done to Russia in the last 3 years is truly in our interest and in our allies' interest as well.
Has Ukraine been able to take up some of the public services? Their government, are they able to pay for their own public services now?
Yes, I mean, they had modest growth in their economy last year. They're exporting. Odessa, the major port on the Black Sea, is open. And, Ukraine has been historically the breadbasket of the former Soviet Union and still has, it's larger than the state of Texas. It still has significant agricultural production. Besides rare minerals and besides a whole lot of other valuable assets, which is why Putin wants to take the country back. He doesn't view it as an independent country, but a part of Mother Russia. And that's an area I don't see we'll ever get agreement with.
Sorry, yeah. If Ukraine goes down, what, in your opinion, what's next in that region?
I think Poland now is going to have 5% of their GDP in defense. You see Romania, you see the Baltic states, You see Eastern European countries that have benefited from the fall of the Iron Curtain and free of the Soviet Union, greatly alarmed about their own security, and they are attempting to take actions to protect their security, given the nature of the threat of Russia. And if Ukraine falls, Katie barred the door. I would hope we would, honor Article 5 as NATO partners, and Poland and Romania and the Baltic states are NATO partners.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Hussle. Thank you. We've taken a lot of your time, but we appreciate your input. We appreciate you being here, and again, thank you so much for being here. It's a privilege now to recognize Ms. Kelly from the state of Illinois. Thank you for your patience, and more importantly, thank you for taking your time to spend it with us this morning. We're anxious to hear what you have to tell us.
One of my priorities for the FY26 National Security and Department of State funding bill. It is a true honor for me to continue the legacy of Representative Barbara Lee's leadership in advancing the President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief, otherwise known as PEPFAR's mission. Since President George W. Bush, with the great work and support of Barbara Lee and the CBC, launched PEPFAR in 2003. Bipartisan support has been crucial in reauthorizing PEPFAR and replenishing the global fund to fight AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria. I am working daily to ensure communities worldwide can access PEPFAR's life-saving services. Since its inception, PEPFAR has saved over 26 million lives and prevented millions of HIV infections, while the Global Fund has saved 65 million lives and reduced the combined death rate from AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria by 61%. According to UNAIDS, we are 5 years away from ending the HIV/AIDS pandemic and transitioning towards country ownership of HIV programs. PEPFAR has significantly reduced mortality rates, improved maternal and infant health, enhanced global health security, and fostered economic growth. Despite making up less than 0.1% of the U.S.'s spending, global HIV funding is one of the most successful U.S. foreign policy programs. In just 1 year, PEPFAR provided HIV testing services to 71 million individuals, and the Global Fund supported 25 million people on antiretroviral therapy. PEPFAR's Orphans and Vulnerable Children's Program has prevented 8.3 million children from becoming orphaned and helped 7.8 million babies be born HIV-free. Over the past 5 years alone, it has protected 10.5 million girls from exploitation, trafficking, and abuse through screening and preventative services. Similarly, in the countries where it invests, the Global Fund provides medications for 84% of all HIV-positive mothers, keeping them alive and protecting babies from infection. PEPFAR is among the most impactful programs for children, and we must retain it in its current form to continue saving lives and catalyze investments from other donors. We must stay focused on ending HIV/AIDS pandemic by 2030. However, challenges have arisen in 2025 following Executive Order 14169, when the dismantling of USAID and U.S. foreign assistance by Elon Musk and Doge disrupted PEPFAR's effort. At that time, PEPFAR was supporting 20.6 million people, including 566,000 children with HIV. While Secretary Rubio authorized a waiver to restart some life-saving HIV services, many remain suspended, including orphans and vulnerable children's programs. The millions of children dropped from OVC are at risk of hazardous labor, sex trafficking, or death. For the limited programs that received a waiver, accessing funding remains difficult, forcing NGOs to lay off over half of their staff and weakening local economies and healthcare systems. To ensure PEPFAR remains active and effective, I urge that the Global Health Programs account be funded at the FY24 enacted level of $60 billion, with PEPFAR receiving $6.5 billion and $2 billion allocated to the Global Fund's first-year replenishment. I urge this committee to allocate 10% of PEPFAR's bilateral funding for OVC, just as Congress has done in every PEPFAR reauthorization. HIV/AIDS is a constant threat to global health, leaving millions vulnerable to other diseases. We cannot sustain progress or end the epidemic if we leave communities behind. As of March 25, 2025, the clock ran out and PEPFAR's authorization expired. I look forward to working with this committee to reauthorize PEPFAR and continue appropriating essential fundings. And thank you for your ongoing support of PEPFAR and Global Fund work. And I'm almost out of time, but just quickly, I traveled to Latin America with Norma Torres, and we saw the great work of USAID, and we went to Peru, where they saved little kids from men coming from the United States and Europe. We saw them in the hotel that came to have sex with 12 and 13-year-olds. And I just met with Latin American countries, Canada and Mexico, and they feel like there's certainly a realignment of support. I yield back.
Thank you very much, Congressman Kelly, for your testimony, particular about, you mentioned a lot of the success of PEPFAR, and I couldn't agree with you more. In fact, next week, we're having a hearing, subcommittee hearing, to review the successes, the challenges, and you know, to talk specifically about PEPFAR that you just so eloquently just spoke about. Now, unfortunately, during the previous administration, we uncovered a violation of the Helms-Burton Amendment in PEPFAR, which, by the way, is the first instance since the program was founded in 2003. And I think there was rather extensive outrage, and I would argue in a bipartisan outrage because it was a violation of law. Funds that were meant to save lives were being used for abortions. Obviously, it's something that's troubling, but we're going to make sure that we continue to have strong oversight. And again, I just wanted to mention that this is a subcommittee that understands that program pretty well, and we're going to continue to look at it. Thank you so much for your testimony on that today. Do we have any questions yes, Ms. Torres. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Chairman. You're absolutely correct. Violation of the law should be and should continue to be a bipartisan concern and agreement that we will uphold the law. The rule of law is what maintains our Constitution, is how we continue to abide by our oath that we take every 2 years as we are newly elected or re-elected. Representative Kelly, that trip that we went on was heartbreaking, Mr. Chairman. We went into a community, even the hotel where we stayed at. I've never felt the need to sleep with my hoodie on and my boots on, fully clothed, like I did at that hotel. As I looked outside my window, was a very small community center where they treated children that had been raped. Many of them were raped by American men, including infants. It was unconscionable what we saw there. One police officer who we assisted through USAID because she had a cell phone, and that's how she maintained evidence. By the use of her cell phone, she had no camera. And on that trip, we were able to get USAID to immediately send her a camera so her personal cell phone would not have to have those horrific images of babies and young girls and boys that had been victims of rape. In Sierra Leone, I visited a very, very small village on a trip that I went with CARE, is a global organization that we work with to ensure that in this little village, we had less than a handful of women who were taking care of probably 100 children under the age of 10 whose parents had perished with AIDS or the war. And these are children who were being educated, who were being loved and cared for by these women who had almost nothing themselves. But their care and their love was preventing these young children from joining a terrorist organization that would ultimately see their way or try to see their way to an American embassy or to our homeland to do us harm. So these are the high stakes of not having oversight. And thank you, Chairman, for your last words that we are going to have another oversight meeting next week. I would welcome all of that. Look, if there is a demise of an agency that needs to happen, I'm not opposed to having oversight, and I'm not opposed to having those tough conversations. We need to have them, absolutely. But it has to be in an orderly way, that we are standing up for the rule of law, that we are standing up for our democracy, and we are protecting our equal power as a branch of government. And with that, I'll yield back.
And you know, I also encourage, that's why I encourage members to travel whenever possible, to go see not only what we're doing, but also just to kind of see what's going on in the world. I think it's an important part of what we do. And so, any further questions, Madam Ranking Member? Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Kelly. You know, I think when we talk about PEPFAR and the successes, and then I think we also have to understand that what an absence of PEPFAR or a demotion of the PEPFAR would mean to the entire healthcare system, because it's not just people who have AIDS. What happens when people get sick, right, puts a huge strain on the healthcare system. What I'd like to ask you to do is related to people who live here, because you know you hear the saying that we're just one flight away, right, from a pandemic. But could you relate how compromising the health systems overseas, how it affects people here?
Well, I think we just had an example of that with COVID, that we were one flight away, and then look what happened in this country. And the bottom line is, even though we live in different countries, we're all on one planet. Yeah. And what happens in Africa and in Latin America and in, you know, you name it, Europe, China, does affect the United States of America, because we travel to those countries, and then people from there travel to us. I was in Cape Town, South Africa, and they talked about how so many lives have been saved because of, you know, what we did, but so many Americans were there also just on vacation. So, you know, we're all on this planet together. We might be in different countries, but we do affect each other, and that does lead to global health, global expense, all of that. You know, it's just very, very important that we do have to be allies and help each other.
Right, and when we weaken the health systems or the health of people around the world, it also can compromise our trading partners, right? Whatever, our security.
Well, also, we just shared the story of when we went to Peru. Those are men coming from the United States and Europe, sleeping with these kids. These kids could have HIV, AIDS, who knows, and then coming back to the United States of America. It's all connected. I mean, USAID, I have 4,500 farms in my district. My farmers are not happy with USAID or the tariffs. And we are big in corn and soybean, and they are very concerned about what's going on. My biggest employer is Ford, very concerned about what's going on. It's all connected.
So just a comment on the violation of, is it the Helms Amendment? Mm-hmm. The Helms Amendment. So for the record, you know, the PEPFAR is a multi-million-dollar operation. There was one clinic where apparently there was an abortion
No,
done.
I'm aware. Yeah. That's one.
It was about it cost about $4,000. They analyzed, and that money was paid back.
Right.
Just so make you feel better. The money back, and really, when you think about the millions of people who've been saved and taken care of,
no comparison.
No comparison. But anyway, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank the ranking member. Now, let me just, members, and thank you for being here.
Thank
We
you.
look forward to continuing working with you. Due to last-minute scheduling changes, Mr. McGovern, obviously the distinguished ranking member of the Rules Committee, and Titus, the co-chair of the House Democracy Partner, unfortunately, we're not able to be here this morning to present their testimony. We understand how schedules are in this place. So, without objection, their full written testimony will be entered in the record. And unless I have further questions, comments, the Subcommittee on National Security, State, and Related Programs stands adjourned. Thank you very much.
Subcommittee of Financial Services and General Government will come to order. This is the first hearing of the 119th Congress. Members will have 5 legislative days with which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material into the record. I know I speak for Mr. Hoyer when I say thank you all for being here this morning. We'll now introduce and hear from our colleagues today. First was Congressman Sarah Elfreth, representing Maryland's 3rd District. Did I hammer that? Yes, perfect. Okay, thank you. Val Hoyle, representing Oregon's 4th District, when and if she gets here. Congressman Hillary Schulten, representing Michigan's 3rd District. Congresswoman Nikki Budzinski, representing Illinois' 13th District. The inimitable Congressman Dina Titus, representing Nevada's 1st District, and also co-chair of the Cannabis Caucus. And Congresswoman Melanie Stansberry, representing New Mexico's 1st District. And I will recognize Mr. Hoyer for an opening statement.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Witnesses for being here. Look forward to hearing from them. Mr. Chairman, as you and I have discussed, given what is happening in government today, this committee has particular relevance in that so much activity is being done with the Treasury Department, particularly IRS, with OMB, with the White House budget and DOGE. I'm not sure where DOGE comes. We'll find that out, I suppose. And with GSA, I just saw the list of buildings that they want to put up for possible sale. And for the past 6 weeks, America's watched Donald Trump and Russell Vought and Elon Musk and their Doge disruptors wreak havoc throughout the federal government. Doge has acted without, in my opinion, and the court's opinion, in many cases, statutory authority, without transparency, without regard to the law, without any understanding of how their actions hurt the American people, and crucially, without any oversight from this Congress. I would hope, and because I think we have that responsibility as a first of the co-equals in government, the Article 1 agency, we have the responsibility to oversee, particularly in light of so many cases. I see this morning, one of the first headlines I read was that the Supreme Court ruled that contrary to Doge's direction or somebody's direction, federal U.S. aid abroad could not be stopped by them. This ought to concern every member of this body. Mr. Chairman, I know you're concerned about it, and I expect many will express these concerns before us today. As a subcommittee that oversees Doge's funding, we have a duty to get to the bottom of what it is doing. Doge has sacked federal employees without knowing what they do. No sooner had Doge fired certain employees, from healthcare providers for 9/11 first responders to workers who maintain our nuclear arsenal, than it had to start rehiring them because they were necessary. Uncredentialed Doge disruptors have forced their way into secure government systems and taken the American people's highly sensitive data, including their Social Security numbers, home addresses, immigration status, credit card information, health records, IRS earning records, and more. Now, very frankly, we're not sure where that information went. If it went to private servers, however, that's clearly against the law, and we need to make sure that did not happen. We do not know the full extent of this breach because Doge continues to operate essentially out of the public eye. What little information they provide is dubious at best. Now, let me say as an aside, we heard a string of facts that must have taken 5 minutes about Social Security. Absolutely false. Those folks are not being paid, unfortunately, because their computer operation is so old. If they strike them, it affects the whole system. So while they now no longer pay them, they're still on the rolls. And obviously, maybe some young kid, I don't know, got in there, saw they were on the rolls, hypothesized that they were still being paid. Not true. It didn't, and it would have taken 5 minutes to find out that that was not true. DOGE has over-reported its savings as well, that the president mentioned yesterday, in billions and billions of dollars. In the past week, DOGE erased or altered more than 1,000 of the supposedly canceled contracts it had listed on its website. Now, my presumption is because they found out they made a mistake, and they're moving so quickly, so rapidly, with essentially people with little knowledge, like the 19-year-old kid who was hired and fired. That's about 40% of all the contracts listed on DOGE's site, Mr. Chairman. That includes the 5 largest purported cuts, which were all found to be inaccurate. It remains unclear how much, if any, DOGE has saved American taxpayers. We need to get rid of fraud, waste, and abuse, period. And we all agree on that. I'm sure there's nobody on the committee who wouldn't agree with that. DOGE will more likely end up costing Americans more for fewer services as the Trump administration turns to privatization and contractors to pick up slack. Mr. Chairman, it's very easy to say we're not doing this with federal employees, but the service needs to be done, put it in contractors, as if that didn't cost more money, because obviously there's more overhead and a profit, presumably, with the contractors. You're about to gavel me down. We need to remind DOGE that it is accountable to the Congress and to the American people. That is vital not only to countering these destructive policies, but also to preserving this institution's authority and power. That's what the founders had in mind. We have the power of the purse, not the president. And I've got some other comments here that I will submit to the record because I don't want to tread on the chairman's patience. But I do want to say, Mr. Chairman, you and I have a very good relationship. I have great respect for you. And I believe that this committee, by circumstance, has an extraordinary responsibility. And I look forward to working with you to carry out that responsibility.
Thank you. I truly appreciate the gentleman and respect you deeply. But it's tough to hold the other folks accountable to 5 minutes when we're not holding ourselves to the same standards. That's all. I listen to you. I'm glad to listen to you anytime in private or when we have a more open session. With that, Representative Elsa, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Ranking Member Hoyer. I will deviate from the Maryland tradition and try to stick to my 5 minutes, if that's okay. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this morning. My name is Congresswoman Sarah Elfreth, and I have the privilege of representing Maryland's 3rd Congressional District, which is just a stone's throw away. As this committee well knows, I don't have to tell you, our civil servants are the backbone of the services that hundreds of millions of Americans rely on every single day. As the daughter of 2 civil servants, I personally understand the vital role that they play, and as the representative of 44,000 federal employees, I am seeing, along with my colleagues from Maryland on this panel, I'm seeing the devastating impacts of DOGE's cuts in the community every single day when I go home. The work of this subcommittee is critical to federal employees across our country. Of course, you are responsible for the epicenter of a lot of the turmoil happening right now, the agencies at that epicenter: OPM, Postal Service, Treasury, IRS, White House, and OMB. Each day, the current administration's plan to dismantle the civil service seems to target a new portion of our federal workforce. It's hard to even keep up with it as members of Congress, let alone I can't imagine how the public can. The recent attacks on probationary employees, I want to focus on that today, especially impact workers of my generation, folks who are early and mid-career, folks who landed their dream jobs and just want to serve their communities in this nation, folks who will be the next generation of leaders in our civil service. These workers were arbitrarily fired for no cause whatsoever over the Valentine's Day weekend. They were shut off from their work They were not given 2 weeks' notice. They were not given severance pay. These are people with children in school, with mortgages to pay, with parents to take care of. These are patriots who serve their country every single day, and yet they were tossed to the curb and told to not let the door hit them on the way out. Frankly, it was demoralizing, it is illegal, and it's unimaginable for so many of the people that I serve and we all serve together, these hardworking civil servants. Currently, there's no uniform provision in statute that guarantees if these probationary employees are reinstated by court action or mistakes that we have seen DOJ make over the course of the last few weeks, reinstated because they erred. There's no protection for these civil servants on probationary status for them to be able to re-enter their work and not have to start the clock over again. And so I believe this is a gap in our law. I plan to introduce a bill next week to provide that protection. Very simple. If a civil servant was fired for probationary status and they are reinstated, they can keep the time that they have served instead of starting over again. It's just common sense legislation, and I ask that this language be included in the subcommittee markup as well. This committee has the opportunity to do right by our civil servants who ensure that our drinking water is clean, our food and drugs are safe, our weather is forecasted, and Social Security checks go out on time. I ask that you include language in the FY26 bill that reinstates all probationaries employees fired since January 20th, 2025, and ensures when these employees are reinstated, they will not need to, again, restart their probationary period for the same job they previously held and served in. We have seen the latest reports. The administration intends to continue to illegally remove civil servants from their jobs, again, putting life-saving services for our constituents in the hands of political, frankly, unqualified political cronies, or to no one at all. The irony, of course, is that our civil service is the envy of the world. It was created to avoid the situation that we are rapidly entering into. This Congress recognized that cronyism and corruption did not serve the American people and did something about it back in 1883, and it's hard to believe that we can't remember history or the lessons of the past. For the future of our civil service and for the government that people, and for a government that people and our districts can depend on, I urge this committee to use every tool at your disposal to protect our federal workers from the onslaught of attacks of DOJ and this administration. And with that, Mr. Chair, I came in under and I yield my time back.
Thank you very much. That's admirable. Representative Scholten, you're next, please. We go in an order of attendance.
Oh, okay, sure.
You were kind enough to be here on time.
Thank you.